Can I just check by ICT that we are up and going and we're live? Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the regulatory section of the Planning and Regulatory Service Committee. Can I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait till you see yourself on the screens so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed will not hear anything you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and being live streamed on YouTube. So we'll kick off with agenda item 1, which is apologies. I have none here at the moment. Any from the floor? And declarations of interest, we'll take them as we come along throughout the meeting. I just want to remind members that there is a change to the running order. We're going to take the head of building control report first, as we have a number of speakers in relation to that. So we're going to start with agenda item 4.0, 4.1, the dual language street naming application request. Tom Lavery, head of building control, is to present this report, and Stuart Beattie, KC, is also in attendance. Just to advise members that we are going to have to try a bit of a running order to let this move smoothly throughout, so we're not dipping in and out of legal. So we'll have the official report from the officer, representations from the objector and agent / applicant, and then we'll have questions to those speakers. At that point, we will take a pause and we'll move into legal. And we'll try and get all the legal questions gathered together and present it to Stuart Beattie, so as to not keep cutting in and out and turn it into a game of musical chairs for the applicant and objector. We'll then come out of legal advice and we will head into the debate stage of the application and then decision. Does any members have any questions on that running order? Are you all content? Yeah, I have no lights and I have nods of approval, so handing over to you, Tom.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, members. By way of background, members will recall that in October 2023, the Council received an application for a dual language street signage, namely in Irish, in respect of Woodside Gardens in Portadown, hereinafter called the application. Members will be aware that the Council's current street naming and numbering policy was issued in October 2020 to ensure that the Council fulfils its statutory responsibility under Article 11 of the Local Government Miscellaneous Provisions Order 1995. Pursuant to the Council's adopted street naming and numbering policy, the application process comprises of the 2 stages as set out in the body of the report. As reported to this committee on the 10th of January 2024, this application was progressed to stage 2 in the application process. As provided under the policy, officers have undertaken a postal survey to canvass the views of all the relevant occupiers on the relevant street. And for members' clarity, clause 7.3 of the policy notes that occupiers of premises in the street shall be taken to be any persons over 18 years of age whose names appear on the current electoral register, plus the owner or tenant in actual possession of a commercial premises, but not employees. For members' information, there are a total of 10 dwellings and 1 commercial premises on the street. The applicant was in contact with officers on several occasions to ask about the progress of the application. The applicant also raised queries with regard as the names of persons on the electoral register. However, officers are content with the information that they extracted from the electoral register for the purposes of this process. The applicant further mentioned that they had collated and posted back a number of the surveys. And again, for members' clarity, there's nothing in the current policy to prevent assistance like this being done, and nothing in the responses to suggest any issues arose. Following verification of the responses, the survey responses, Council officers would confirm the following. In accordance with the policy, a total of 8 residents and 1 commercial premises owner and 1 commercial premises tenant were all surveyed. The policy states that if 2/3 agree, then a report will be taken for members' decision. Of the 9 survey responses received, a total of 9 responses were in agreement with the application request for the dual language signage, which is over the requisite 2/3 on threshold under the policy. While there was one non-return from owners of the property on the street, officers had examined the situation and there was a concern that the recipient may not have received the survey. However, before any further inquiry could be progressed, the property owners made contact to state that they had adopted a neutral position with regard to the proposal. And whilst not expressly an option under the policy, it is a material consideration that the response is neither a yes or a no response and must be treated as such. The requisite threshold under the policy has therefore been met, i.e. the responses in agreement with the application represent not less than 2/3 of the occupiers of premises in that street for which the application is made. In this application, all responses returned are in favour, as mentioned, and there was, as mentioned, one non-respondent who has since confirmed they are a neutral response in that they neither agree or disagree with the application. Members will be aware that a previous report in this application was presented to this committee on the 1st of May 2024. However, members subsequently agreed that the matter be deferred for 1 month until the 5th of June 2024 meeting to allow for the authors of an email to myself requesting further information to be brought forward to members. This requested meeting subsequently took place on the 13th of May 2024. On the 5th of June 2024, a confidential update report was presented to members of this committee. And for reasoning as outlined are contained within that confidential report, members decided to defer the decision on the application until today's meeting. And it was also agreed a process for third parties to submit written and verbal representations to this committee. Members will note that the appendices 6 to 12 that there are 2 written submissions in support of this application, and there are also 5 submissions objecting to the application, with all 5 of these authors having requested that their personal information remains confidential. As per Article 11.2 of the legislation, it is now a matter for members to decide whether or not to use Council's discretionary power to approve this application for dual language street signage. Members are reminded that how that discretion is to be exercised is set out in Article 11.4 of the legislation, namely, that in deciding whether and if so, how to exercise its powers under paragraphs 1b or 2, in relation to any street, a council shall have regard to the views on this matter expressed by the occupiers of premises on that street. Members are also reminded that the High Court has considered that these words used and their context do not suggest that members are only to have exclusive regard to the views expressed by the occupiers, as noted in the report, particularly in Appendix 4, paragraph 25. The Court further observed that members are not bound to follow the majority of the views expressed by those who returned the survey or by the majority of those whom the survey was sent. Members should also note that there are a total of 3 requests for speaking rights on this matter at this meeting. However, only 2 will be speaking this afternoon. And members will also hear the views on this matter from those requesting the speaking rights. The Court also held that members have a discretion and must give genuine attention and thought to the expressed views of occupiers, but are still entitled to take account of other lawful considerations affecting their decision. Senior Counsel Mr. Stuart Beattie, KSC, is also here at today's meeting to address any legal queries that members may have in relation to this matter. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the floor for Tom at this moment in time? If no lights on. And at this moment, I'm going to invite our speakers to make their representations. We have Carla Lockhart MP, fresh off her recent re-election to Westminster. So congratulations, Carla, who's going to be making a representation of objection. And we have Linda O'Neill. Which one's Linda? Linda, to make a representation in support of the application. There's also Cushla McLean from Corn Nagale, who is going to be here for clarification purposes only. So at this moment, I'm going to invite Carla to make her representation. Thank you.
Thank you, and I would like to thank the committee for their time today. I'm speaking today on behalf of residents who live in the vicinity of Woodside Gardens and on behalf of several organisations, namely that of Parkmount LOL 127, Parkmount Junior LOL 150, Parkmount Arch Committee and Parkmount Community Partnership, which equates to around 200 members across the 4 organisations who live, have family and have dealings in the area, and all of which are utterly opposed to this application. I'd start by setting the scene. The area in question has been a mixed area since the 1970s. For many years, communities lived in peace and harmony side by side. And sadly, from 1972, after the very brutal murder of Paul Beattie, aged 19, by IRA terrorists, there was an increase in political tension. And as a result, this area was a heavily contested space. It sadly resulted in many, many Protestant families and individuals having to move away because of sectarian hate-filled abuse. Some would say, and I would agree, that there's been a concerted effort to cleanse this area of Protestantism and those who would ascribe to the Protestant faith. Small number of the Protestant community remain in this area, living and going about their business. They do this because of their deep roots in the area, their love for the area, their love for their neighbours, and their desire to ensure that this area is restored to a true shared space. Indeed, we only have to think of the People's Park on the edge of Woodside Gardens, around 60 odd metres from where the proposed signs would be placed. It flies in the face of the council and the Peace Plus programme, who spent millions of pounds mainly in this area trying to make it a so-called shared space. This will utterly undermine and undo the good work which has been undertaken and the progress that has been made in this regard. Parkmount Lodge, Juniors and the Arch Committee have been involved in the placing of an arch in this area for over 100 years. They do it in such a way as not to cause controversy, not to offend, and they, despite continual attacks on the arch, erected at 6 o'clock in the morning so as not to offend. The arch comes under constant attack. Indeed, just this week, Palestine stickers were placed over it. These signs are about territory marking. Having canvassed the area just in recent days, the minority community in the area are utterly opposed, but they're afraid to speak out. They feel intimidated and are fearful of being targeted for their opposition. I also would want the committee to note that there is a publicly owned community facility in Woodside, and such signs would intimidate and create a no-go area for the small number of Protestants who live in this area. Furthermore, if these signs were attacked, I've no doubt it would be the minority community who would get the blame for that happening. This is political. This is an agenda, and unfortunately, it will destabilise and upset the finely balanced good relations in the area. Mr. Lavery has received complaints and concerns from residents and those organisations who represent these areas. I would also draw to the attention of members the cost of the signage, officers' time, and the way that this will escalate. We already see a concerted effort with the promotion. I would again draw your attention to a Facebook post by Anna Dream Derg, who are boasting of canvassing 13 further streets on the 7th of June to start this process, and I list Rockmount, Garvaki Grove, Churchill Gardens, Woodside Green, Opens Avenue, Bognor Terrace, Garvaki Gardens, Wood Grove, Ashgrove Road, Ashgrove Lodge, Garvaki Close, Opens Drive, Park Road. And in my opinion, this is not about the Irish language and their love for the Irish language. This is political. It's to whip up tension, and it's an attempt to territory mark. And this is not, and I would also say that this is a waste of ratepayers' money when we see families struggling with the cost of living. So, drawing my remarks to a close, I would draw the committee's attention to the public building and the need to consult as per paragraph 7.3 of the street naming and numbering policy. Also, as noted in the policy, in your own policy, the council will, however, give due consideration to the particular circumstances of each application. Given, as I have said and stated, the finely balanced good relations in this area, it is imperative that the potential for political fallout is given cognizance. I would also draw your attention to the recent Stanford Limited v New Zealand recreational fishing legal ruling, where it outlines that it shouldn't just be occupiers of the dwellings that is taken into account, but the wider area, and it is within council's legal capacity to ensure that all in that local area are content, and I believe that we don't have that. We don't have agreement. Therefore, I feel it would be unwise. I believe it would be unlawful to proceed given this ruling, and the need for consideration to be given to those who are not just occupiers and who have opposed this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. I'm going to invite Linda O'Neill. You have 3 minutes to make your presentation, and the clock will start as soon as you start speaking.
Wrong one. Oh, right, okay. Dear Dave, I would like to start by passing on apologies from applicant R. My name is Linda O'Neill and I'm a youth and community health worker in Drumcree Community Trust and have worked in this capacity in Northwest Portadown for nearly 25 years. I got involved with the Darby and Joan Club in 2011, which when the Northwest Portadown Network Committee was set up to manage and oversee the Darby and Joan Club on Churchill Mugga. This followed on from the renovation and refurbishment of the Darby and Joan Club by DFC through the Northwest Portadown Neighbourhood Renewal Partnership. I have been chairperson since, and as the council and the housing executive were both involved in setting up this committee, I was surprised to hear that there was some confusion with regards to who to contact, as the council have on file a copy of our constitution, along with my contact details as well as committee member details. The application for dual signage in Woodside Gardens was made on the 30th of October 2023 with all the residents on the electoral register in favour. So understandably, residents feel aggrieved that this process has been going on for too long and they do not understand why. As one resident stated to me, it seems that the council are doing everything they can to block the motion and are ignoring the wishes of the people who actually live here. The Darby and Joan Club has always had an open door policy and we pride ourselves in making everyone welcome. It's important to note at this stage that dual language street signage will not change this. Over the years, the Darby and Joan Club have been used by people from all backgrounds and groups, with participants coming from all over the borough. These groups have included our spread group for adults with learning disabilities, adult health activities, craft classes, coffee mornings, neighbourhood renewal partnership meetings, local resident group meetings, young people's meetings, Northwest Portadown committee meetings, interagency meetings, housing executive and community network meetings, Conra na Gaeilge meetings, and we've even had some of our local councillors use the building. In conclusion, I would like to highlight the fact that we have a vibrant, thriving, growing local Irish community in Portadown. As a parent of 2 children who are part of the community and who have enjoyed the right of receiving their formal education through the medium of their native language, it would be a positive and an inclusive step forward for my children and others who also receive their education through the medium of Irish to see dual language signage in their own community. Dual language signage harms no one and benefits us all as both traditions are represented. Visible representation of the Irish language community by council and other public bodies is long overdue. The democratic rights of Woodside residents, who council should bear in mind, are also ratepayers, should be acknowledged. Their wishes on this issue should not be ignored any longer. They were surveyed on this matter and they spoke unanimously. It is time for council as a public body to recognise, acknowledge and implement the residents' wishes. Cheirgan Changa, Cheirgan Anam. A land without language is a land without soul.
Thank you very much, Linda. Just in time there. You've practiced. No, I'm going to open up to the floor for our members to ask any questions of either the objector or supporter applicant, or even Tom, who is here. So, Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's a question for MP Carla Lockhart. In your recent signs, it said an MP for all, Carla. Did you have any consultation with any of the Irish language groups in the area, any of the schools, any of the people in that immediate vicinity, on the run up to this application?
Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2 seconds. Just bring you in there, Carla, just 2
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Certainly, you will be well aware when you're in elected office, people will come to you, and I've clearly outlined the groups that have came to me and have raised significant concern. And whilst they're in the minority, they have a loud voice and still a great presence in that area. So I am representing those people here today, the objectors to this application. I'm certain there are people who support this application, as we've heard today, but I'm here objecting on behalf of the objectors who have contacted me, spoken with me, and have the right to do so.
Thank you, Carla. And any other questions? Or do you want to come back in, Councillor Duffy? Yeah, bring in the Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I suppose maybe it's a question for Tom, and thank you as well to Linda and to Carla for the contributions there. Suppose Tom, just to clarify, I know in the policy it says that stage 2, which is the survey, needs 66% of residents supporting. And I'm conscious said that 8 responded. Just to clarify, 8 responded in favour, so it's 100% we're talking about. Just so that I haven't got it lost anywhere. 9, so 9, and then 8 responded in favor of 9 residents in support, or maybe just ask Tom.
Yeah. Bring in Tom. You happy enough to answer that? Yeah.
There were 9 survey responses, and on 9 in favour. There was 1 commercial premises, as mentioned earlier, and they have chosen to take a neutral position.
Thank you, Tom. You're going to come back in that?
Thanks, apologies. So 9 out of 9, 100%. So thank you, Tom, on that. And I suppose we're talking. It's quite an interesting conversation. We're talking about shared space, and there was reference made to an arch. I believe it was an Orange Order arch, and obviously that's there near the site. Would it not be maybe this is a question for Carla, would it not be the definition of shared space where you can have different things existing and not in that area? Well, it's the likes of an Orange Order, well, it's the likes of an Irish language street signage or dual language street signage, one in English, one in Irish. Would that not be the definition of shared space? Thank you.
Well, I think the definition of shared space is the People's Park and the money that was spent there, and the fact that it is extremely neutral. I remember when I was mayor walking through the People's Park and getting abused as I walked through it. There's been a transformation there, and that is very welcome. This would, I believe, upset the finely balanced good relations that exist in the area. The arch has been there for over 100 years. There's respect for it, albeit there are those who continue to attack it. As I've said, even just this week, it has come under attack. And there are those who want to again get rid of a long tradition in that area. These signs are not about the Irish language, and they're not about the love of the Irish language. And I respect anyone who ascribes and enjoys and loves the Irish language. But this is about territory marking, and this is trying to create a problem where there isn't a problem currently. And I would just urge members to recognise the trouble that this particular road and the stretch of road has had, and to upset this finely balanced good relations would be wholly unwise.
Thank you, Carla. Anything else not on that, Councillor Aubrey? I'm going to invite Councillor O'Dowd for her questions.
Thank you, Chair. Whenever Minister Gibbon was addressing Gaelscoil in Dungannon, he stated that the Irish language belonged to us all. Now, sorry, Carla, do you not agree with the Minister in the Assembly?
Well, as I've outlined several times throughout the course of the meeting, this area for many years, starting with the brutal murder of Paul Beattie, aged 19, by IRA terrorists, the Protestant community have felt ostracized. They have felt that the area has been ethnically cleansed. And when certainly you look at the area, you know, and the number of people that had to leave it, had to vacate it for fear of their lives. I think it's important that we recognise that currently there are good relations. There is a working together. I mentioned the arch. I talk about the fact that these guys get up at 6 o'clock in the morning so as not to cause extra problems for people living and working in that area. And I say this will upset the finely balanced good relations that currently exist in the area. As I've said in my previous contribution, I respect the Irish language. I respect those who want to speak the Irish language, but what I don't respect is it being used as a political football. And those who have contacted me feel very much that this is a long-term game in this area, and to make those who are living in this community who are of a different faith feel uncomfortable, and they will feel uncomfortable, and therefore I'm asking council to take cognizance of their views as well as the small number of people who want this sign to go up.
Thank you, Carla. Councillor Dow, do you want to come back in, or? Okay. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you for letting me back in. Chair, I would just like to ask Linda and Ursula just about the growing numbers of young people and adults within the area, you know, that do speak Irish on a day and daily basis, and their want for a more visible sign of the language they have been taught in and brought up in. So just want their feelings on that there. Thank you, Chair.
Linda, or who wants to take it? Linda?
Thanks for that, Councillor Duffy. I'm sitting here and I have to say I'm devastated by the divisive way the Irish language is being talked about. Devastated. There is no marking of territory. I'm a youth worker. And let's be clear about something. My job's made harder. My job's made harder by the arch, by the 11th night bonfire. I have to access additional funding to take young people out of the area. So let's be under no illusion. Community relations, I live in the area. The area is my home. So I am really passionate about my home. And let's be clear about something. I work with over 250 young people. Paul, back to what you're saying. 30% of them, their first language is Irish. For the generations to come after us, for a true shared space needs a recognition and an acknowledgement of the native tongue. I unfortunately don't speak the native tongue, but I am so proud and so my children are so immersed in the language. And what I can tell you about the language, it is most definitely not political. The people who see it that way have their issues, but I can tell you now, as a community youth worker who works with all aspects of the community, there is nothing to fear about signs going up. And if anything, it would prove that this council is being progressive and this council are recognising the rights of the people that live there. There is nothing to fear by these signs. And here's the other thing I would just like to clarify. First of all, anybody going into the shared space of the People's Park will not see the signs unless they go looking for them. The car park is at the other end of the park. So geographically, unless you live in the immediate area, I won't even be able to see the signs when I'm driving. I would have to go looking for them. Secondly, the arch, I don't care what time of day they put it up, and I don't care that it's been there 100 years. It is more divisive than the signs going up. Let's be clear about that. Now, I am touching the ass of 50, and I have lived in this community my whole life, and I can assure you, the days of us having to mark our territory are well and truly over. You come into my community, you will not see it draped in any colours. You will not see it painted from one end to the other. This sign is nothing to be afraid of. If anything, it is an inclusive sign. It's a way forward for the people that live, all of the people that live. It's a pity that all of us couldn't see it that way.
Thank you, Linda. Cushla, would you like to come in there?
Thanks very much for the opportunity to be here and to address the council. Just to address directly Councillor Duffy's query, I think Linda successfully kind of spoke to the benefits of receiving formal education through the medium of Irish, but there also is a sense of legitimacy that comes with a leading public institution in taking ownership and in celebrating the language, and that serves to benefit not only the children who are receiving their education formally through the medium of Irish, but a body of international research speaks to the benefits of increased visibility for minoritized languages, not only directly for the minoritized language community, but also for those who have little opportunity to engage with the language, as a sense of increasing normalization, which in turn increases tolerance and understanding. And I would also just like to speak to the good relations element. There is no evidence, be it in international or domestic law, that would suggest that having to look at Irish alongside English on a sign is in any way upsetting or indeed impacting good relations. I think the 2015 bill by the DCAL at the time for an Irish Language Act actually showed that increased visibility and progressive measures for the Irish language would serve to benefit good relations, because it would increase people's access to the language. So I think, you know, there has to be a recognition here that shared spaces cannot be shared if they exclude the Irish language, and that an English only stance is not a neutral one.
Thank you, Cushla. Councillor McGill, you have a question?
The People's Park has been mentioned a few times. Could Tom confirm if these street signs could be seen from the park entrance?
The nearest sign, we previously asked that question. The nearest sign is 61 meters away. We can show it on the map if that helps, or by there's a Google Maps photograph as well, if that would help.
Just the Google map one. Yeah.
Apologies. Yes, this is a Google Maps Street View. It shows the park entrance gates to the left, and you'll see the red. It's maybe very difficult to see on the screen. Can that be made slightly bigger? It does show, if you see where the red line is, that's 61 meters away. That's the nearest sign of the existing English sign. And anyone who knows the area will know that directly on this side of it is a phone box.
Okay. Yeah.
Thank you. Back to me. Councillor Donnelly, you have a question as well?
The people that are injecting, are they locals, or are they from where?
Through the chair, I'm assuming Councillor Donnelly is referring to the written representations that was received. We have received confirmation of the author's addresses, our officers have, but they have asked for confidentiality. So I can confirm the distance from the street, but nothing other than that, because they do wish their confidentiality to be retained, if that's of assistance.
You know how the distance from the street? Is it anywhere close like?
Through the chair, well, just put it in perspective, there are 3 Appendix 10. Officers have looked at the postcodes provided, and for Appendix 10, the author lives 2 miles from the application site. The author of Appendix 11 lives 6.3 miles from the application site, and the author of Appendix 12 lives 1.9 miles from the application site.
Councillor Donnelly, would you like to come in on that, back on that? No, you happy enough? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. It's just a question for Linda. It's just, I think you'd confirmed you were a youth worker in there, is that right? And if you could confirm the organisation you're with, and just have you had engagement with, you know, the groups that Carla Lockhart MP has referred to in terms of this issue or other? I don't know.
Sorry, just through the chair, just so we can get 4 more minutes for it, but I'll put you through now.
So what I read out in my speech, I stated that I work with Drumcree Community Trust. Have done for 25 years. For those people who aren't aware of it, I live just off the Gavahi Road. On this matter, and I'm being brutally honest about this, why would I consult with anyone about this issue who does not live in the area? So the answer to your question is no, I wouldn't be consulting with, and that goes for the Parkmount Arch Committee and all of those, because they don't live in the area, right? And the people who live in the area were surveyed, they responded, they've said they want the signs. So no, I have not consulted with people that have nothing to do with it, and they don't have anything to do with it. Bearing in mind that I'm going back to, this is not a divisive issue. Nobody came and asked me about the bonfire or the arch going up, but yet I have to bring children out of the area on the 11th night. So nobody came and consulted with me about those things.
Thank you, Linda. Alderman Wilson, would you like to come back in?
Yeah, it's just, I mean, in terms of some of those organisations, I'm assuming, whilst maybe the person who's, you know, put our communication together, you know, those distances have been confirmed by Tom, but I'm sure members of those organisations live much closer than that to the area, and you know, it's going to be difficult to have that detail with us today, but I would assume that's the case. And I was just wondering, from the perspective of a youth worker in that area, have you come across them, or are you aware of their views in that regard, as a, you know, in that regard? Because I'm imagining some of them do still remain in the area.
In fairness, the people that remain in the area, we're a very open organisation, and where we are geographically situated, people living on the periphery don't always access our services. I'm not under any illusion about that. But back to my point of, on this particular matter, I didn't need to go and contact anybody who does not live in the area with regards to the signage. And back to what I said, I am doing this, and I am passionate about this for the future of our area going forward, which includes everyone. Includes everyone. The divisive thing about this is the lack of equality and the lack of recognition that the minority in my area, not just the Irish speakers, but other minorities get. So this is a start. And what I'm saying is this can be a step forward. And instead of just talking about an area that everybody can share, a shared space, let's actually put it into action. Because from my point of view and from my community's point of view, it's talk about it all you want. There are no shared spaces within Portadown. This would be a big signal, a big message out there to everybody. Everybody can move forward. There is nothing divisive. I keep saying it because I need people to believe it. There is nothing divisive about these signs going up. And back to the photograph. There is no access. The car park is not there. That is the access that people usually from the Gavahi Road access the park. The arch is actually more visual and more divisive because you have to drive up and down that road you can't miss it. So again, this is a sign going up, 2 signs going up. Some people won't even notice when they go up.
Thank you, Linda. Councillor O'Dowd, question?
Thank you, Chair. Just one point and one question, if that's all right. One point is the picture that Tom had showed of the distance of the sign. I wear glasses, as you can see. I couldn't even see that it's 60 odd meters. So I don't see how somebody who lives 1.5 miles away affects them. The question is, if there are members or constituents that live in the area that these letters, these emails has put their name to or whatever, why are their addresses not in the area? Why have they not sent emails with addresses within the area and not the least 1.5 miles away?
Not too sure. Who's that? It's for Connie. Yeah, just double checking. You're okay. You're fine. Are they?
Unfortunately, these people don't feel they're fearful. They're fearful to put their names up in lights. Even those who have taken the time to write in were fearful that their details would be shared because of the hurt and the many years of difficulties in that area. But these organisations, as many around this chamber will know, represent around 200 people. And those people live, do business, work, travel, in and out of the park. They use the park. So this is not about 3 individuals who have taken time to write. This is about their membership, and this is about them taking soundings from their membership and those who live in the area who are really concerned. And it's sad, I suppose, that their views are not going to be regarded via this medium because the individual who wrote the letter, who's maybe the chair of the Arch Committee or and I don't know, I don't have the letters, I don't know the names. But, these people who are members of this organisation, these organisations are well represented by the individuals who have written. So therefore, I think it's important that we note that.
Thank you, Carla. And Councillor O'Dowd, come back in.
But as we can see by these emails, there's no names on them. So I don't understand if somebody's so passionate about not having the signs, why they couldn't email in. We don't see the names on the emails. They're totally confidential. So I don't see there being an issue there.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. I think it was more of a statement there than a question. Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair. On another, well, sort of statement with a question on the end towards Linda. You know, just reading this from 6A Carton Street, which I assume is the head of Portadown Orange and in Portadown. You know, it's just a shame that these children are being used, you know, in this lodge in this sort of a way, instead of engaging with the likes of Linda's club and cross community. And I'm sure a lot of these children have friends, you know, on both sides of the community that do engage on Irish on a day and daily basis. And I'm just disappointed that, you know, they are using the junior lodge in this way, you know, down, you know, setting them off on a young path down a wrong road to object to Irish language signage, which is for everybody. And just on the end of that, just asked Linda that I know she does do cross-community work, and would she be willing to engage with the likes of an organisation like this to open their eyes to the real people of Cavahy Road?
Paul, you know me long enough to know that when I talk about being inclusive, it's not by word only, it's by actions. And I can assure you that our open door policy is that, and that everyone is welcome. And I am more than happy, and I have lots of contacts, particularly within the youth work field, but also within the health field, all over the borough that I work with and that we work in terms of cross community. And that's why I keep saying this is not a political issue. And for the 200 people who are concerned, let's think about the local, vibrant, Irish-speaking community that we do have. Between families and children who attend the Bunskull alone, who all live in the area, who would all quite happily provide written support for something like this because of the benefits that dual language has for our children. You're talking 300-400 people if we want to do the whole numbers thing. Not that I think we have to do that, because I see rational people who talk about equality and talk about us having equal rights, know that this is the right thing to do. This is the right thing to do. And within the Bunskull, might I add, on the Neeskull, the local Bunskull and Neeskull, they reach out to other schools. Other schools come into the area who don't speak the language. They have fun activities together in the shared space of the People's Park, where they pick up wee bits of the language. And one thing I'd like to highlight too, the language is something we all should be proud about. The language, the majority of our signs, our name places in this country, in the north of Ireland, originate from the Irish language. So it's something that we should all be proud of, and all. There's a place for everybody. Well, I don't speak the language, and there's a place for everybody. And this visual sign will help my children and other children feel valued within their own community.
Thank you, Linda. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chairman. With me, it's been a long time since I've been sort of in that direction of Portadown. I think in that picture that was shown there, with the entrance, is that the entrance where football teams will go in to play sports? I think memory serves me correct when I was a young fella. not that long ago. That's the entrance. Is that, am I right in that one? And then sort of, I'm not too sure who my next question is to, whether it's to legal or whether it's to our guest speakers here, but it's regarding, there was a comment about a Facebook post as well as something about Stamford ruling. Was that, I was from Carla. Can I pick up from them from Carla, or can they pick up from legal? I was just ready to establish sort of where we are on it.
Well,
Bring in the speaker question and take the legal.
yeah, what, hold on 2 seconds. Yeah, I'll bring in Carla for that one. She mentioned it on her statement.
Okay, thank you. Just in relation to Councillor Barr, the Facebook post, so there is a group that operate under the name of Anna Dream Derg. Apologies if my pronunciation isn't just correct, but the 7th of June, they posted a post on Facebook boasting of a canvassing 13 further streets to start the process for dual language. I don't have the Facebook post in front of me, but if you give me a few minutes, I'm happy to find it. And then they've taken a picture of the letters of all of the areas that I outlined initially. They've a picture of it, of the 13 areas of which they're trying to progress this. And I believe, from their post, they're advancing that. In relation to the legal, and certainly there's probably people around this room of a better legal brain than I have, but there's obviously been a number of cases taken, particularly in the Belfast area, and the case that I referenced is very much around council being able to take note, or to I'll get the wording of it, have regard to not just the occupiers of the street. Council can look at this in a much broader and a much wider scope. It encourages to give, and I quote, to give the matter genuine attention to and thought, but it remains open to the decision maker to conclude that the matter is not of sufficient significance to outweigh other contrary considerations. And in my opinion, this isn't just about the occupiers. This is a wider community. It's a community who feel that they have been subjected to a long number of years of difficulties and problems, and don't feel brave enough, or not brave enough. They're certainly big enough and able to speak out for themselves, but they don't feel they can speak out for fear of what has happened in the past being replicated.
Thank you, Carla. Going to pass over to yourself, isn't it? There was a question on about, is that the entrance to the football teams? Do we have that? Or do we know if that is? No.
It's probably the car park entrance and park.
Right. We'll probably have to clarify that one. Linda, oh, sorry.
That entrance is a pedestrian entrance, and it's only used by the park rangers. There is a double gate. There is no parking there. The park rangers sometimes have to open it to get machinery and stuff to go in. The main entrance to the park is at Park Road. The car park is at Park Road. All teams, regardless of where they're coming from, whether they're children's teams, adult teams, whether they're Gaelic teams, hurling teams, whatever kind of teams, American football, have to access the park via the main entrance, which is at Park Road, which has a huge car park to facilitate them. So unless you're actually coming up the Gavahi Road to do something else, that is not an entrance. If you were driving, that you would access the park. There is no parking there. It is not the main entrance.
Thank you, Linda, for the clarification there. Alderman Barr, you'd like to come back in? Is this going to be a legal question? No.
Oh, thank you very much for that. I think we actually parked on the road and walked across. Was there changing rooms up around there? Just sort of trying to get my. Yeah. Thank you. I just to Carlockard MP. Was that the Stamford ruling that you were talking about? Was okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Councillor Mulholland, do you have a question?
I just obviously like to know, obviously we've heard quite a number of people speaking and them talking about Irish language. I personally don't have a problem with it. And we've talked about and heard that it's inclusive for everyone. So I'd personally just like to know, when it is inclusive for everyone, why certain folks in the area weren't asked their views and opinions by community groups.
Well, first of all, I didn't bring the motion. I'm here speaking on behalf of applicant R, who brought the motion forward. And secondly, back to what I said previously, there's never any kind of a consultation when it comes to issues that impact directly on the community that I live in terms of bonfires, in terms of draping the town in red, white and blue from one end to the other. I could honestly sit here and say that if this motion was to bring forward Irish signs going in the town centre, that I could honestly sit here and put my hand on my heart and see that some people would have issue with that. The issue is the area that these signs are going up in. Unless you actually want to see them, you will not be able to see them unless you live there. And that's a fact that we cannot get away with. And in fact, I resent the fact that the insinuation is being made that it's my job or community group's job, like Drum Creek Community Trust, to go and consult with every single person in the area on small changes that will make the lives of our children and young people more validated, when no one, and I mean no one, has ever rapped the door to consult about murals, about anything. And just on that point, it'll be interesting to see what's on the bonfire come the 11th night.
We're just straying in there to the irrelevant on that. Just be careful and keep it to these signs, please. You're okay, you're fine. I'm just going to invite Tom in, just he's going to clarify the position on, when we'll go out to survey the area, just to clarify that for you, Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify that under Council's policy, under clause 7.3 of the policy, we would go out to survey as a council the occupiers of premises on that street, which are referred to in the legislation. And that includes any person over the age of 18 whose name appears on the current electoral register, plus the owner or the tenant of anyone in possession of a commercial premises, but not employees in such premises. Just to clarify who we survey.
Thank you, Tom, for that clarification. Councillor Savage, do you have a question?
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in there. Chair, it's not a legal question as such, but it's just, we were talking about Stamford and that, and I don't think we need to go into legal dances, but Mr. Beattie, the policy that we are testing here has already been tested in the High Court, I understand. So in terms of legal challenges, this policy has been rigorously looked at in the courts previously and found to be sound. Can you confirm that?
Belfast City Council had a policy which is very similar, almost identical to the policy that's been applied by this council. That policy was challenged in the High Court a number of years ago, and the High Court found the policy was lawful, and so it was the subject of challenge. And the New Zealand case that's cited is in the context of the statutory interpretation of the approach to the statutory test. So that is clearly a relevant consideration for the council to take in due course whenever it's reaching its decision.
Thank you, Stuart. That'll be enough, Councillor Savage. Any more questions there, members? Do we feel the need we go into confidential to get legal advice on anything that anybody have any questions in their mind before we go to the debate stage? Any need clarification? Councillor Duffy?
Yes, I have a question. Mr. Beattie had said in a statement a while ago around this, and I just wanted, I can't even remember why it was illegal or not, and that's why I just didn't want to.
We think probably safer just going into legal just in case. Councillor Duffy. So I need a proposer and a seconder to go into confidential.
Can I just ask one question before we go into confidential? And I don't know what that came from. In one of the appendixes, and I did have it in front of me, but it's just disappeared. There was a piece in it from a gentleman, lady, whatever, saying about Ashgrove cycles. They mentioned the, what do you call this centre there? Mayfair Centre, another, that they would lose business. My issue with that would be if them businesses thought they were going to lose business, I'm sure they're all aware of what's going on here. They would have put objections in. There was no objections. Appendix, I can't even get into my, I can't even, I don't understand why none of them put in any objections.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. I think it's again that comes down with policy, would it? Just checking that appendix. Appendix 11. Well, so who's that question directed to, Councillor Dowd?
It was actually more, sorry. It was actually more statement, but if Roisin would like to come in on it, I don't have a problem. It's just, I just don't understand how they can say that it would have a knock-on effect on the trade here when none of these businesses, they've mentioned 1, 2, 3 businesses, and not one of them. And there's a lot of business within the Mayfair Centre itself. No one has put an objection in.
Is that for Linda, Roisin?
Me. There's no objections in, sorry. There's no objections in because none of the businesses within the Mayfair Business Centre have an objection, because once again, you cannot see the sign from Mayfair Business Centre, although nobody in the business centre has an objection. In fact, it is more than supported, and that includes the Portuguese Centre within the Mayfair Business Centre. There's no objections from the local shops with up at Ashgrove and up that area. There are people come from all over Portadown to shop in those shops, and the belief is that people will continue to do that. A couple of signs are not going to make a difference. Take, for example, even ourselves at Drum Creek Community Centre. We do a lot of adult health programs, and over half of our chair yoga group are coming from areas outside of Northwest Portadown, and who aren't like me, and they will continue to come, and their grandchildren will continue to come. So there's no objections because there's no objections.
Thank you, Linda. Actually, I see your hand is up, but unfortunately, you have to get a question asked directly to you. So, Councillor Duffy, is this question or are you going to propose?
Oh, Chair, as a director in the Mayfair Business Centre, I would have definitely no objections. And I'm speaking for myself, but I would ask Councillor's opinion on too.
It's just a very brief point, more so speaking to the wider human rights perspective. The human rights standards, which have been actively signed up to by the British government to include the European Charter for Regional Minority Languages, demonstrate that, you know, when there is clear demand for dual language street signs, in this case, which has been clearly demonstrated, that, you know, that should be honoured, and that this should not at all be balanced against views which are grounded in intolerance towards the language. So I think that might be just something worth noting, and that the council, you know, should look to promote the proven benefits of bilingualism for everyone in society who shares a common heritage and ownership of it.
You see no more lights here on the floor. We get a proposer and seconder to move into confidential. Proposed by Councillor Wilson and seconded by Councillor O'Dowd. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm for me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. It's a good thing you're here. Welcome back, members. Welcome back, Carla, Lockhart MP, and then O'Neill and Cushla. We're just in confidential there. So we're now getting to the debate stage of committee. So floor will be opened up for members to make their statements for or against this application. So Councillor Duffy.
Yes, Chair. First of all, on anything related to a vote, I would like a recorded vote, please. I would just like to say that this is an area where some residents speak Irish, have friends and family in Irish language classes and schools. Others don't speak Irish, but are in full support of increased visibility. Irish language signage is not new. Many areas in the north hail it. Language is a shared heritage to be valued and respected. The applicant used the council process in good faith, has throughout followed due process and met criteria. Council, as a corporate public authority, has rights and equality to uphold. For members to stand in the way of the place, council puts council and the KSE in a precarious position, and definitely for those who vote against. And as a councillor for the Craigavon Road area and Woodside Gardens, I find it offensive for anyone to say that residents in Woodside Gardens are weaponising the Irish language. The residents have every right to ask for dual language signage. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. I'm going to invite Councillor Lavery in now.
Thank you, Chair, and again, thank you to all the contributors. It was a long and insightful debate. We'll all agree. I have to start off by saying I was actually quite hurt by some of the remarks made by one objector in relation to the Irish language, and I think a lot of the residents in Craigavon Road would maybe be hurt by them as well. And I just want to say that. I suppose when it comes to this application, I've been looking at through a lens of fairness and equality. It's fair to say that not everyone likes the Irish language, and that's okay. But it's fair to say that the residents of Woodside Gardens want these signs. When you look at it, all the residents were polled, and it was a 100% in response rate in favour from the applicants, with one other organisation stating a neutral stance. As such, I think we have to be fair to these residents. There's a process that you go through. You know, you go through the petition, you go through the survey. They've jumped through all the hoops, they've dotted every I, they've crossed every T. And obviously there's some people who maybe don't like the signs, and we acknowledge that those people exist. However, I will be placing significant weight on the needs and desires of residents of Woodside Gardens. Therefore, in terms of equality, I think we have to respect various language equality conversations that are occurring. And I would sort of agree with the previous speaker there that we, as such, should therefore approve the erection of these two small dual language street signs in Woodside Gardens. Those would be my views on it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery, for articulating that. Any other comments on the floor? Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. Just sort of from your own perspective, there's been a lot of sort of legal cases bandied about. I had a quick look at them, but from my own perspective, I really want to digest a lot more of them. As well as there was other political statements that are ongoing. I really want to sort of delve into it and get score the circles, so to speak, as well as sort of the locations of where it is, because it's been a long time since I was on the road playing football. Now I was down at the People's Park when it was the pleasure of being the Lord Mayor, but that was it, straight out again. I don't know sort of on up further up. I do believe there was a petrol station. I'm not sure whether it's there or not anymore. So yeah, just sort of from my own perspective, I think I'd be sort of leaning to what Councillor Savage had alluded to earlier. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Any other comments from the floor? Okay, we need a win the decision then, members. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair. I propose to accept the application for dual language signage for Woodside Gardens.
And we have seconder. Councillor Lavery, your light was on first.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'd be content to second that recommendation. I think I would put significant weight on the desires of those residents who were surveyed. And as noted, 100% were in favour of the addition of these signs. Therefore, I think that would be the best course. Thank you.
Alderman Barr, your light's on there.
Yes, Chair, as sort of alluded to in sort of in the debate stage, it was I'm not that au fait with the locations of it, and to be honest with you, I would sort of like to explore site visits. So also be my proposal would be to go for a site visit. Thank you.
And Alderman Wilson, your light was on next to you. Second that. Do you want to come in and speak on that? Or?
Yeah, thank you. And just on the back of Alderman Barr's proposal, I would second a site visit, and I suppose to give reason for that, because for the minute, we have treated these like, planning applications to a large extent, and it hasn't been an area that I've deliberately went and scoped out prior to a discussion on this issue. So just to be fully informed, it's not an area I'm overly familiar with. I've been in the People's Park once when I was Lord Mayor, but I come in from one of the more outward accesses to it, so I'm not familiar with any of the accesses or exit onto the road itself. So I would be very keen just to get a sort of a basic walkthrough on, in around that particular area, just from my own perspective, and purely from the perspective of given all the various considerations, the appropriate weight. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. Councillor Dowd, your light's on. Just is it to come on this with two proposals here on the table? Comment on it? Oh, okay.
This has been ongoing now for quite a while. We all knew it was coming up in the pipeline today. I don't see why it couldn't have been checked out for now. And why we would even consider putting this back again. Just
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. And just on that, it has been practicing, and from when I've been on the committee, that if we are unsure about certain places or areas, or when it comes to plan applications, so we do go out and visit them. We were on one a couple of weeks ago, and we were new to the area, and it was very helpful seeing it in person rather than just on maps, and having the discussion with the planners involved. So I think that's probably where they're coming from on that. I don't want to put words in Alderman Barr's mouth, but that'll be the opinion I'd be holding on it, and it's just more to get more information. You'd rather be more informed than less informed. Alderman Barr, do you want to come in on that? Or?
Yeah,
Thank you, Chair. Just to put it on record, the last sort of 3 out of 4 weeks I've been out of the country, and the Democratic Services were aware that I couldn't go to site visits, and also obviously down the line, whenever I go to that part, I will be declaring that I wasn't able to go due to the fact that I was out of the country with work and holidays. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. So we'll get to a vote. We have two proposals on the table. I'm assuming that we're not all in agreement on the first proposal, so go to a vote, and Councillor Duffy has requested a recorded vote. Is that correct?
We're voting on his proposal.
We're voting on Councillor Duffy's proposal that we accept the application that's in front of us, and it's a recorded vote.
Well, you can sing, we just go and call it out.
Yeah, I call your name and then you vote yes, no, or abstain. Alderman Barr,
No.
Oh, yes.
Councillor Duffy,
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Kennedy,
No, Chair.
Councillor Mallon,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor McGill,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Mutry,
No, Chair.
Councillor Mulholland,
No, Chair.
Councillor O'Dowd,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Savage,
Yes, Chair.
Alderman Wilson,
No, Chair, but with the obvious context of wanting to go and see it before I make a decision.
Councillor Wilson,
No, Chair.
Deputy Chair, Councillor Lavery.
Yes.
And then myself, no. Just bear with us while we tally this up. I've tallied up the votes there is 7 yes and 7 no, and as chair, using a deciding vote and vote no. The vote is as follows: Alderman Barr, no; Councillor Donnelly, yes; Councillor Duffy, yes; Alderman Kennedy, no; Councillor Mallon, yes; Councillor McGowan, yes; Councillor Mutry, no; Councillor Mulholland, no; Councillor O'Dowd, yes; Councillor Savage, yes; Alderman Wilson, no; Councillor Wilson, no; Councillor Lavery, Vice Chair, yes; and Councillor Armstrong, Chair, no. And using the deciding vote, the motion is defeated. We have a second motion on the table, or proposal on the table from Alderman Barr to go on a site visit. Are we in agreement on that, folks, or what's? Yeah, we have dissent from the floor on this one, so we will go to another vote. Councillor Duffy.
Yeah, all recorded.
Yes, recorded vote, Councillor Duffy. So the proposal is to go on a site visit to view the area in question. And I'll start off with Alderman Barr,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Donnelly,
Neil, no.
Councillor Duffy,
No, Chair.
Alderman Candy,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Mallon,
No, Chair.
Councillor McKeown,
No, Chair.
Councillor Mutri,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Mulholland,
Yes, Chair. I think it would be a benefit to them themselves.
Councillor O'Dowd,
No, Chair.
Councillor Savage,
No, Chair.
Alderman Wilson,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Wilson,
Yes, Chair.
Councillor Lavery, Vice Chair,
No, Chair.
and Councillor Armstrong, Chair, vote yes. Once again, we have a tied vote. Alderman Barr, yes. Councillor Donnelly, no. Councillor Duffy, no. Alderman Candy, yes. Councillor Mallon, no. Councillor McGeown, no. Councillor Mutri, yes. Councillor Mulholland, yes. Councillor O'Dowd, no. Councillor Savage, no. Alderman Wilson, yes. Councillor Wilson, yes. Councillor Lavery, Vice Chair, no. Councillor Armstrong, Chair, yes. As the Chair decide and vote, I vote yes on the proposal. The proposal carries. And there'll be a site visit in the area. Councillor. Yep, just a clarification on that, those that do not attend the site visit, they still can vote when this comes back to planning committee and council. Councillor Savage, your light is on. Yep.
Thank you very much, Chair, for letting me back in. I'll be very brief. The next scheduled planning committee meetings in September. I therefore propose that that we're not meant to meet next month, so I propose that we meet on the first Wednesday as normal as a special planning committee to have this issue decided on then. It's been going on too long, so I think we need to get a decision on it as soon as possible. So that's a proposal. Thank you, Chair.
Just clarify, Councillor Savage, you talking about the first Wednesday in August or? Yeah.
Chair, thank you.
Yeah, and we'll have to check with member services, see if we can get date. Just give me 2 seconds, Councillor Savage. Earliest possible date.
Let me refer to full council and see if we did.
Councillor Savage is just speaking there to Wendy and the team. Possibly we could get a date organised and we'd bring it to full council because they'll have to go back and look at the calendar, see which officers are off and who are available. So we will get a date the earliest time, but we will have that probably confirmed by full council at the end of the month. Content with that? Councillor Duffy?
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was just going to second the proposal as the played kick the can with the Irish language signs for too long. And it has to come to a stop.
We will get them a date organised for that site meeting, and then subsequent when we have that planning meeting, and that will be fed to members in due course. I want to thank our speakers today for their patience with us, and for articulating their points in a very constructive manner. Thank you, Carla Lockhart MP and Linda O'Neill, and also Cushla McLean. Thank you very much, and have a safe journey home. Thank you. All right. I think we'll get through. Members, I'm in your hands here. Are you happy enough to rattle through the last few bits on the regulatory stuff and then have an extended break then after? Or take a break now and then go straight into planning applications? Keep going. Yes, we'll keep going. Enough. You leaving? We have no. I see it. For those of you who don't see this on the live stream, Tom tried to escape and then realized he's doing the next report. So Tom, update on report on building control and property certificate application workloads. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies for trying to escape. This is to update members on the workload of the Building Control Department regarding building regulations, property certificates. And this is for the first 3 months of this financial year. On Appendix 1, members will note that we received 789 building regulations applications with a notional construction investment in the area of just under 49 million. We've also carried out just over 4,100 site inspections and undertaken 516 plan assessments and issued a total of 695 statutory notices. And the department also continues to deliver the council's property certificate function for the conveyancing of properties across the borough. And in that time period, we have also received and administered 905 new applications and issued 904 certificates to solicitors relating to property sales in the borough. Thank you, Chair. The reports for members' information. Happy to take any questions members may have.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions there? What for, Tom? No, I think you can be excused now, Tom. Yeah, folks, we'll move on to agenda item 3.1. It's an item for information. Its application is impacted by ammonia and by delays in consultation responses from DERA. And Sinead McAvoy will be presenting this item.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. At the Plan and Regulatory Service Committee on the 1st of May 2024 and the 5th of June 2024, members requested a report advising of the number of applications that are waiting on a consultation response from DERA, and of that number, how many are impacted by ammonia emission considerations. The number of planning applications in which there's an outstanding consultation response from DERA is 24. And of those 24 responses above, 7 are impacted by ammonia emission considerations. You'll also note that appended to your report is a letter from the Director of the National Environment Division, which was sent to update councillors on NIA's progress relating to the processing of agricultural development applications. NIA has introduced measures with the National Environment Division to address the backlog associated with these developments, and it is anticipated that implementation of this approach will allow many more cases to be responded to in shorter timeframes and will enable further progress to be made on the backlog. This report is for noting only, but I am happy to take any questions that members may have.
Thank you, Sinead. Councillor Savage, your question?
Thanks very much, Chair, and I'll be brief. Sinead, last week the Audit Office had a report in relation to soil samples and how their veracity was established. Does that have any impact on the ammonia reports and planning applications in our area? Have we been impacted by that at all?
Members, just that probably would be a confidential report that would maybe have to request. But just air quality impact assessments have in themselves, soil sample, etc. But that particular question would have to be one that you'd have to take in confidential. Thank you.
And then with that, Councillor Savage, yeah. Any other questions in relation to agenda item 3.1? I have no lights on for it. Agenda item 3.2, which is an update on planning application caseload, and Roisin Hamill is going to be presenting this item.
Thank you, Chair. The purpose of the report is to update members in relation to current planning caseloads. As set out in the report, the Department issued 123 planning decisions in June, and a total of 48 valid applications were received in the same period. This brings the overall caseload down to 865 applications. There were 4 call-in requests received during the same period. The report also provides an enforcement update for the first quarter of the business year, and as set out, the current number of live enforcement cases sits at 381. Thank you, members, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Roisin. Any questions on that, members? No, I think we're getting through this rapidly now. Agenda item 5 is correspondence. I have none. And agenda item 6 is confidential report. Can I get a proposer and seconder to move the meeting into committee?
I'll propose, Chair.
Proposed by Deputy Chair Councillor Lavery and seconded by Councillor O'Dowd. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the Council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be turned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? ICT, let me know when we're up and running. Thank you. Agenda item 8 is any other relevant business. I have none, and is there any from the floor? Don't see any lights. Okay. Members, that just brings us to 1:15. Take about 15-minute break and back here for 6:30 to start the planning part of our committee.
4:30.
4:30, what's it?
Are we to our lunch there?
6:30 sounds tempting now. Anybody else up for it? No, 4:30, apologies. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to dive into agenda item 7, which is application for planning permission to be considered by the committee as per schedule of the planning applications. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the planning section of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee. I please remind you that when speaking into your microphone, you need to wait until you see yourself on the screen so the live feed can pick up your comments. If you speak before your image is projected, those listening on the live feed will not hear anything you say. This is obviously particularly important in the case of a vote being required. Audio recording is being used to assist in preparing the formal minutes. Therefore, anyone participating in the meeting consents to it being recorded and live streamed on YouTube. Also, during the course of this meeting, questions may be asked by councillors who are members of the Planning and Regulatory Services Committee of planning officers, applicants for planning permission, objectors, or those speaking on their behalf. In doing so, councillors endeavour to ascertain the information which they feel is necessary to enable them to determine the application. However, members of the public should note that councillors will not reach a conclusion as to whether an application should be approved, refused, or deferred until the debate on the application has concluded. Members, we want to start with Appendix 1, which is application LA 08 2019-0129F, and it's Francis Smith, and it's a decision to rescind. This is a returning application, and Sinead McAvoy will bring us through the report and present the report and PowerPoint in the presentation. I see a lot of lights on, and we'll get into them now.
Thank you, Chair. Just similar to last time this application came before committee, as my employer made a representation in it. I believe it was an objection to be appropriate and provide legal advice that it didn't then take part in the decision on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. I'll just go around the room as I see them. So, Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. Unfortunately, I was unable to attend the site visit, so I won't be able to take part.
Thank you, Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't on the committee when this first appeared, and Chair, Appendix 2 as well. I wasn't here for that one, so just for the same, Chair. Thank you.
Councillor Duffy.
Welcome as well, Chair. I wasn't on, or I was an original objector to the Mahoney one, so.
Councillor McGowan.
I am on the same for 1 and 2 as well. I didn't attend the site visits.
No problem. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm in the same boat. I was unable to attend the site visits for Appendix 1 and 2.
Alderman Barr.
And in the same vein, however, my question to our legal is, as it is to rescind, does that make any difference, or is that in the same way we would treat any other application? Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. We'll have to go into confidential to answer that. So, let me just members and online viewers.
Yeah.
That'd be pertinent because it's going to be the same thing.
It's just really from my own perspective, because I know there's a lot of people who have left the room. You know, because it is rescind, it's not part of the current, because many of us weren't able to attend the site visit. So do we need to go through everybody else who are all going to leave, then to be told completely different, and then start bringing them all back in? So it's just really, from that perspective, do we need to call a conflict of interest because we weren't at the site meeting? Because this is completely different than that. It's part of to rescind the application. So I'm just wondering what direction we should be on that. Thank you.
Can I get a proposed by Alderman Barr to have seconded to go into confidential? Councillor Mulholland. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into confidential session of the council. This means that we'll be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask ICT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Thank you. will get their steps in today. Can ICT confirm that we are now going live? Thank you. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. And in light of the advice, I fortunately wasn't able to attend the site visit for the first two applications. Unfortunately, as is the second one, I was away on holidays. So therefore I'm declaring a conflict of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. In the same vein with Appendix 1, I was unable to attend the site meeting, but I was at the site meeting for Appendix 2, so I can rejoin the meeting then. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Moutry.
Thank you, Chair. Just in the same vein as Alderman Barr, I was unable to attend the site visits for Appendix 1 and 2. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moutry, and Councillor Mullen. Didn't forget about you.
And I'm the same. I didn't attend site visits for 1 or 2.
Thank you, Councillor Mullen. So now they're down to 4. Happy enough. Okay, so we'll be handing over to Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, to present the report and PowerPoint presentation, and then we'll be inviting Neil Cornett to make a representation as the agent in objection to the request to rescind. But we'll get over to you, Neil, just after Sinead does her presentation. Sinead, will you?
Thank you, Chair. On the 6th of March 2024, members resolved to grant planning permission for infilling of farmland with inert material at 180 metres west of 8 Mackery Road, Mackery, under application LA 08 2019-0129F. Subsequent to that meeting of the Planning Regulatory Service Committee, officers received a letter from DFI directing that the Council may not grant planning permission until further advised in writing by DFI. On the 26th of April 2024, DFI wrote to the Council seeking further information to help them consider whether or not the proposal raises issues that warrant referral of the application to them for determination. You will note that this letter is appended to your report. In short, the letter refers to the applicant's construction method statement, which includes a settlement pond at the southern corner of the site. The DFI sought clarification to the status of that pond in terms of whether or not it forms part of the proposed development, and this would have implications for the validity of the application. At this stage, officers are of the opinion that the settlement pond is an integral part of the proposed development. Members, when making the decision, were not made aware the settlement pond was a material consideration. A planning authority must consider all material considerations up to the point the decision notice is issued. Under the Council's standing orders, there is no provision for amendment to a decision after it's been made. There is provision for rescinding of a previous decision. Based on the circumstances of this case, officers recommend the previous resolution to approve planning permission under LA 08 2019-0129F be rescinded. Should members agree to rescind this decision, officers will engage with the applicant to consider if any further documentation is required to be submitted. Officers will also consider if further consultation with statutory consultees or neighbour notification is required. Thank you, Chair. As this is a rescinding only and doesn't discuss the merits of the case, there is no presentation.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Wilson, your light's on. Do you want to come in now, or do you want to come in after Neil Cornett makes his presentation? Sorry, I'll wait. At this time, I'd like to invite Neil Cornett to make representation as the agent in objection to the request to rescind. Neil, you have 3 minutes, and the clock will start as soon as you start your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just in relation to what has been read there previously, it's our opinion that the Bund and Sill Pond are not an integral part of the planning application. Rather, the prevention of pollution is an integral part.
How this is managed to prevent it has various options. Bund and a pond are temporary works and only are conservative best practice mitigation. The position as shown in the construction management plan is variable and can be easily moved inside the red line. The construction management plan, as submitted and accepted, allows and requires that the works are reviewed every 3 months. It is normal that the temporary works are reviewed and modified as works progress on as the site and as needs basis. Given the nature of the temporary works and infilling of the ground, in that the pollution prevention measures will move and at the end of the works will no longer exist, then to have these items such as a bund and pond on the proposed plans would surely in itself be incorrect, as they would indicate that they are permanent features. The requesting of these temporary works measures on plans which set an interesting precedent. Would the council now consider that, for example, the stockpiling, the removal of contaminated land and the importance of capping be shown on plans as opposed to items which must be followed within GORA or remedial strategy? Similarly, temporary slopes or material placed to support cuts in advance of retaining walls are not shown on proposed plans, as they will not exist when the project is completed, and are subject to input and variation from the engineers during the works. The bund and pond are no different in principle to any of those measures, of which there are many more. There's a couple of points that I would like to make and ask for clarification on. Is the DFI making a recommendation or is it an order? The DFI letter from the council, as in the 26th of the 4th, 24, and what the response was. I would like to know how, upon response from the council, that DFI were informed the opinion that temporary works are part of the overall application. Also within the report, item 3.1 of the construction management plan, it states upon completion of the fill, it will be covered with soil and reinstated to agricultural field, therefore no pond after completion. Item 4.22 of the construction management plan is accepted that the environmental manager can make changes and updates to the plan as necessary, therefore moving the pond or
Thank you, Neil. Just ran out of time there. Thank you very much. As there's no one speaking in support of this, I will open up the floor to members for questions of either the planning officer or the objector to the decision. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, it's just one for Sinead. Just in terms of construction method statements, I think it's probably the first time I've heard it really mentioned to a large degree in planning committee over, a long many years. It's the first time certainly it's been raised as any sort of an issue, and I'm just wondering how prolific they are. I have a series of questions, but I'll take them in sort of in chunks, if you like, and are all, so how prolific are they? What weight's given to them, and are all construction method statements given the level of importance that is being given to this construction method statement in this particular area? Because I know a lot of sites have, general areas where, as has been said, things I've seen building sites where large cement silos are erected, and they're not a permanent feature, but to facilitate the building, of a large number of dwellings. But I was thinking, in particular, as you come into Antrim and then head down to the 6 Mile River, there's a large development there, and I think it has its own large shed and all associated with it as well, which are very clearly there to facilitate the construction of the homes. So I'm wondering, is that the type of circumstance where a construction method statement would dictate that such a thing is okay, but is it directly attached to the application, or is it seen as just a necessary facilitation of construction work?
Thank you, member. I suppose I suppose, first of all, this is rescinding the application. I have to make sure I don't stray too much into the merits of the application, because to do so, and if this was rescinded, if it's brought back, we have to ensure that every member is in a fully performed decision, as you are now. So I'm okay to answer that, and I'm okay to go into the construction method statement. And yeah.
I'll take point of order first here, and then
It's just a point of, like, we did approve this application, so I'm speaking as someone who has spoken in support of this application. I think I'm okay to say that at this stage. I know we're faced with a rescinding, but that's beyond my control as a member of the committee. So I am taking my remarks from a perspective of hearing this application previously and making a determination based on what was in front of me. So from that perspective, I would like those issues addressed. I would like to know about the construction method statement. I would like to know what weight is given to it by planning officers in the preparation of their presentation to us as committee members, because that's what we based our decision on.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just this construction method statement basically had a number of mitigation measures in, and you may recall that these mitigation measures were required and indeed essential, because on this site there's a hydrological link to Loch Ness, which is a European site which must be protected. So as far as we're concerned, yes, it is integral, but it's also adjacent to the floodplain. So any additional, even temporary works or construction works may impact the floodplain. So we had to make sure that they were all within, the red line. During the process of this application, as maybe the agent alluded to, the application site was actually amended and reduced to ensure that there was no infilling outside that red line, and in doing so, it also left the settlement pond outside it. Now, there may be other variations that may be acceptable as regards to ensuring that the same mitigation measures can be dealt with. But I can only explore those with the agent applicant if you agree to rescind this application, because then I would have to go and maybe look at revising reports, reconsulting again, because Shared Environmental Service and Water Management Unit within NAIA based their consultation response positively on this construction method statement, and it's one of the conditions that it must be adhered to. And so then we'd have to go back and explore, if that wasn't there, if that wasn't a mitigation measure, would they still have a favourable response? And that wasn't brought before you at the time that this decision was made.
Yeah, sorry. I suppose just going on in terms of, the fact that it ultimately, from what I've heard today, it won't be a permanent fixture. I'm just wondering, in the last paragraph of the DFI's letter, it talks about a conflict, and clarification of the status of the settlement terms. So it's just not quite clear in terms of, if what was there before us as a planning committee, that surely was included in the original, and what was presented to you as planners. So I'm just wondering where the conflict has arisen, and is it something that only DFI have, because they seem to be asking the question. They don't seem to be directing us to rescind the application. It seems to be that they're just requesting some clarity. So I'm not sure why we can't just provide the clarity, and DFI haven't really given us any indication as to whether they themselves will actually call the application in. So this could all be for nothing in many respects. So I think, we should be, as a committee, pursuing DFI in terms of what their ultimate objective is here. Is it to overrule the committee? And if it is to do that, well then why isn't that outlined in this letter? I think that's worthy of a response from them, but you may be able to advise us on why they're going down this route of questioning and asking for clarity. I mean, have they asked for clarity knowing that we can't give it in some? I don't know. And then are they aware that then a rescind is the only option for us? I'm just curious to work out what their sort of modus operandi is in suggesting this.
I suppose every council standing order is slightly different. With ours, the only option to us is rescind this to allow me as officer to then go to the applicant and look at this to see if there are other options. Basically, what they're suggesting to us is this application is invalid, i.e. you've got development outside the red line, so technically it's invalid, which they're suggesting in that letter. And they want clarification on this. Now, what we would say is, listen, that may be the case now, but if we rescind this decision, we may have an opportunity then to explore different avenues with the applicant and agent and look at other ways. They've still got obviously holding order over this application. It's basically no matter what we do, if we rescind it, then we may be able to get an opportunity to go and discuss this with the applicant. But if we don't, it'll still be with DFI then to look at what they're going to do with this decision, or what is their view on it.
Alderman Wilson, content with that? No. Okay. Councillor Mulholland.
Yes, thank you, Chair. From having read down through the letter, and I must admit I was pretty annoyed to only receive this letter on an email at 9:36 this morning. And I thought, obviously, seeing this letter was presented by DFI and the officers placed such an importance on it, we should have received it an awful lot sooner rather than just in the morning of the meeting. Now, after reading down through the letter, in my opinion, the tone of the letter from DFI is not suggestive of anything that is fatal to the application, but it's plainly asking for access or extra information to be brought forward and shared with DFI. This information, from what I can see reading the letter, is to be shared with them to provide them more information whether they need to make a judgment or not. So one thing I'd like to ask the officers, what information have you passed the DFI as of yet? Thank you.
When the application was put before DFI to be asked to call in, they'll look at the application as a whole. So they would have seen everything that the application has been submitted themselves, and they've reviewed it. And they've come back to this letter and asked, what do we feel? How do we think that is this settlement plan an integral part of the development? And we would say, yes, it is an integral part of the development. And then we say, how do we deal with it? Well, we would say we'll go back and rescind the application, and then we'll look at those particular circumstances of the case. And that's where we are now.
Councillor Mulholland, would you like to come in back on that?
But has there been any physical documentation sent back to DFI from the request of this letter?
Yes, Chair, or just remember we had wrote back to say, yes, it would be our opinion as officers that this settlement plan is an integral part of the proposal, and this wasn't before members when they made a decision.
Councillor Mulholland, do you want to come back on that, or it's a separate line of questioning? Same.
That's fair enough. She did. What I'd like to ask though is, obviously, even reading down to the letter, there has been no judgments made by DFI. So this here is obviously the opinions of the planning officers. So I'd like to know how you've measured this out and came to the opinion that it is integral, because from my understanding of it is, there could be a case where this settlement pond may never even be actually created.
As regards to documents that are before us, Councillor, the construction method, the settlement pond is shown in the construction method statement. It is shown to be there as a mitigation measure to stop any sort of pollution to go into the stream, which is hydrologically linked to Loch Ness. So the construction method statement is before us at the present time. Yes, it is an integral part, Will there or is there a need for any adjustments that may not need that? Will that have to be an updated construction method statement that may be submitted to us as regards to if this was rescinded? But at the present time, yes, this settlement pond is outside the red line. It's in the southeast corner of the site. It is technically within the flood area, and it is, to our opinion, an integral part of the development that has to be considered as part of this application.
One more.
I get what you're saying, Sinead. Maybe it's a question we Neil can answer. It is in the plan, yes. But from what I gather in reading through this document, just because it's in the plan doesn't mean to say it's actually going to happen. So maybe a question for yourself, Neil. Will there actually be an actual settlement pond anywhere within the site that was outlined previously in red, or outside the site that was outlined in red?
Okay, Neil, you content to answer that one?
Mr. Chairman, it's of my opinion, and it's the consultant who was employed by the applicant and ourselves to answer or to give the response back to the department at that time. It is my understanding that this pond can be anywhere. It's subject to weather. It mightn't even happen. It's where fill is brought to the site. If there's inclement weather happens over the weekend, then there's a catchment. But technically, and by NIE's instructions, the applicant, if he brings fill to the site, has to be levelled on that day. So there is no runoff. So the pond is only a mitigation in the event of inclement weather, runoff from that, and to prevent pollution, which will ultimately end up in the wrong place. So the pond can be anywhere on the site, subject to the fill, the location of the fill, where the fill is actually dumped, levelled. If it's not levelled, there's a temporary bund around the base of the pile, so there won't even be a pond. The likelihood is that given the time, the area of the site, the amount of fill that's going to the site, it's highly, highly unlikely that the pond will even exist or be part of the construction. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Neil. Does that answer your question, Councillor Mahal? Yeah. Alderman Wilson? Sorry, Sinead, you looking come in there, were you?
Sorry, Chair, but just to make members aware that this construction method statement was what a Stewart Environmental Service and Water Management Unit in National Environment Division made their response to us on favourably. And if there was revisions to that there, I am advising you that they would need to have a look at it through an updated whatever construction method statement. But at the minute, they have based their comments positively on this particular application based on the construction method statement, which included a settlement pond, just to let members know that that is the case.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Wilson?
Yeah, it's just for Sinead, when she says, you know, the rescinding of this would allow you to look at the application of the applicant. What's the status then of the application as it stands? You know, so they say this is rescinded. So as of, you know, close of play today, what's the status of the original application? And when you say look at it with, is that a meeting with the applicant or the applicants? Is it a site visit? Is it, you know, refreshed CMS? Is it some other type of procedure? Does it involve an outlay then on behalf of the applicants? If so, what is that and how justifiable is it? Just to get my head around, you know, when you use the phrase, you know, you would look at it with the applicant. I just want to know what that involves.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, if members agree to rescind this decision, tonight. Obviously, you have to wait the call-in period, and then subject that there, then the application's opened up for me to go and have a meeting with the applicant and agent and discuss through where and show where they've got the construction method statement. They would have the opportunity, if they so wish, to update or give a revised construction method statement. If that were the case, I'd have to then carry out further consultation with the Shared Environmental Service and NIA to see are they still content. I'd have to neighbour notify it and advertise it, because as you know, there have been objections that there and live for any third party comment. And I'd obviously let DFI know that that is what we are considering to do.
So in effect, are we just pre 6th of March? Is that really, and then this will come back to another meeting of the four of us? Is that the idea? Or what's the story? I'd just like to know, you know, we're rescinding what was decided on the 6th of March, I'm assuming. So we're reverting back to, you know, this application not having been decided, I understand. And then what is the state of play then?
If the application is rescinded, that decision's gone. And if I bring it back, it'll be opened up to all members to have a comment and proposal on this, not just the 4 members here.
And then from a legal perspective, then I know there's a great weight placed on not predetermining an application. So we've already done that. So what way does that leave us as members of the committee? I'd be interested to inquire.
Members and the public and the viewing gallery. I will need a proposer and seconder to go into confidential just because it's a legal question. So proposed by Alderman Wilson and seconded by Councillor Mulholland. Members and online viewers, in accordance with Schedule 6 of the Local Government Act, we will now be moving into a confidential session of the council. This means that we will be turning off the public feed of the meeting. This will be returned when the meeting is restarted. Can I ask the ACT officers to please turn off the live feed and confirm with me when the confidential section of this meeting can proceed? Whenever the live feeds back up and going, and we'll just wait. I'll bring in. Yeah, welcome back, folks. Do you have any other questions for either agent or planner officer? No. We'll then enter into debate stage, so members debate. Any comments or statements on? No lights flashing. Okay, can we get a decision on this item? And then Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, as you've probably gathered from my commentary, I'm not overly content with this at all, but I understand where we are and understand DFA's ultimate authority on it, and we're between a rock and a hard place. So I will reluctantly surrender to the rescinding, and I want to make that very clear. I think it's been, I think it's a bit of a disaster really to get to this point and then still not be, at a resolution, and still having a very open-ended letter from DFI, who really, in my view, should be much more concise and to the point than they're being here. I think it is really disgraceful in that regard. I put that on the record. I mean, they need to come out and tell us what their view. They were asked, are they going to determine this or not? So, I would still be of the view that question needs very firmly put to them again, because I really don't want to be in the position where this is reheard and then DFA still can step in, and overrule their planning committee. Otherwise, what are we doing here? So I want to put that on the record. But as I say, I'm far from content with it, but I understand where we are, and let's see where these conversations take us to a further planning meeting.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I think you've hid your frustration well there, I think. But it hasn't been easy. With a seconder for this, Councillor Donnelly.
Seconded.
Okay. All agreed? With a shake of the head by Councillor Mulholland. Do you want to come in, Councillor Mulholland?
I get what's being said, but I'm personally not happy with this. I'm not happy with a few things. I'm not happy with the amount of time that's taken this letter to come to light that was presented from DFI. I'm not happy from the fact that the first place that the settlement plan wasn't provided first of all with us when we were first hearing this. And to be honest with you, I'd like the question asked as to why it wasn't, because it seems to me that now at the last minute, this has just been a complete waste of time. Going through these meetings and not having the full information for us for over a number of months has just been a complete waste of time, and all the site visits as well. And I just don't know what to say about it. I just think it's total nonsense, to be honest with you.
Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. We are outside the questions of agent or the planning officer, but your frustration will be noted. I'm sure if you liaise with the planners, they will get a response to you. I do need consensus on the floor. We're happy to move forward with the proposal in hand. Or well, not happy, probably a different word, but content and moving forward with the proposal that was proposed by Alderman Wilson, seconded by Councillor Donnelly, so just move forward. Okay, I'll take that as an agreement to move on to the next item. Thank you, Neil, for your time and your patience this evening and your contributions. I think we'll have to wait for a couple of people to come back in. Yeah, Councillor Wilson. Okay. Okay, members, we'll move on to Appendix 2, which is application number LA 08 2023 2862F, and it is an approval. This is a returning application after a site visit in June. So we're just waiting on Councillor Wilson.
To declare again, or can I just say?
Oh, yeah.
Wasn't the site visit?
No, you won't.
Okay.
Okay. Application number LA 08 2023 2862F. It's for approval. This is a returning application after a site visit in June. Addendum report has been circulated for members before we get to this. Is Deputy Chair Councillor Lambert.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as was unable to attend the site visit, think it's appropriate. Don't take part based on previous legal advice.
Thank you, Councillor Lavery. Councillor Donnelly.
I wasn't at the site meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly and Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I wasn't at the site visit, so in the interest of protecting myself from all attacks, I will remove myself from the building. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present the report in PowerPoint in this presentation, and I'll just remind members again, an addendum report had been circulated prior to the meeting, and we have no speakers that I'm aware of, so we are good to go. Roisin, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. This application is for internal alterations and change of use to 4-bedroom HMO at 10 Windsor Terrace, Banbridge, and was presented to committee in June with a recommendation to approve. At the committee, it was agreed that the application be deferred pending a site visit by members and to allow both the applicant and the objectors the opportunity to submit further information in respect of the potential impact of the proposed development may have on property values in proximity to the application site. The site visit was held on Friday the 14th of June at 7:30 p.m. and details of the site visit are set out in the report. In relation to the additional information, the applicant supplied 3 letters from separate estate agents in support of his position that there would be no detrimental impact in respect of devaluation of residential properties in the vicinity of the application site as a direct result of approving the application. These have been detailed in the report. A submission was also received on behalf of objectors that included an extract from an online chat forum from Housing UK and emails to another objector from Property Pal and Joyce Estate Agents. Again, these have been detailed in the report. Officers have considered all of the submissions and are of the view that there is no clear definitive evidence that the property values would be impacted if this application were to be approved. For that reason, officers are given limited weight to this information. The application is being presented back to members with an unchanged recommendation to approve. And I'm happy to run through the slides with you again. Okay, so the red arrow shows you where the site is within the general area. This is Windsor Terrace and Banbridge. And that's an aerial view of the site again. The blue arrow denotes where the existing dwelling is. And this is the site location plan that was submitted with the application. and the site layout plan that has been submitted. So this is the floor plan and elevations of the existing dwelling, and as you can see, there's a dining room, a kitchen on the ground floor and 2 bedrooms on the upper floor. And this is the proposed layout, and you can see there's an additional bedroom. The dining room's been turned into a bedroom on the ground floor, and upstairs, one of the bedrooms has been converted to 2 to bring this to a 4-bedroom property. So this is just a picture of the exterior of the property. And another picture. Obviously you'll be familiar with it, having been on the site visit. And this is a view from Castlewellan Road. And another view from Castlewellan Road looking south. And just a view in the opposite direction looking north. And this is a view of the access that provides access to the rear of the properties off the Castlewellan Road. And it's just a view of the same access looking down towards Castlewellan Road. And this is across the rear of the terrace, Windsor Terrace, looking towards the south. And just a view in the opposite direction, looking towards the north. And this is number 10, the blue arrows, that's to the rear of number 10. And just another picture taken from the rear of number 10, Windsor Terrace. And another picture again from the rear of number 10. So these are pictures that were taken by the officer doing their parking, or checking the parking survey at 7 o'clock in the morning. And again, more photographs taken at 7 o'clock in the morning, and the blue arrows show parking availability at that time. So at that time, there's a total of 14 available spaces at 7 o'clock. And this was a further site visit taken by the officer at 11:45 a.m. And again, it shows the availability of parking on the Castlewellan Road there. And another photograph at 11:45, and there was a total of 6 available spaces at that time. And then this was the further survey that was taken at 10 o'clock at night. And again, the blue arrows denote available parking. And again, taken at 10 o'clock. And then another photograph of taken at 10 o'clock. And there was a total of 20 spaces available at that time. Okay, thank you, members.
Thank you, Roisin. Okay, members, over to you. Any questions by Roisin on relation to this? Councillor O'Dowd.
It's not as much question, it's just something that we noticed whenever we were out. Well, I noticed. It's not as if the road was empty, but there was spaces there for people to park. You know, it was like every other road within the country. You know, you'll always get spaces. So I don't see any objection. I wouldn't have any objections to this going ahead.
Jump the gun there, Councillor O'Dowd. Questions at this time, and then statements. He's ready for home. Any other questions there for the planner? See no other questions. Lights going up. Member statements. Any statements? We'll add yours into this one, but probably to follow on from Councillor O'Dowd's point there, I think it's probably the benefit of having these site visits is it's all right seeing the pictures, but being there in person, and to be honest, I was there for about, I think it was 4:45, and I had to drive on down because there's no parking spaces. By the time I parked the car and walked back up, car parking spaces were available, and I think a few of the members in here availed of them at that time. So that was a consideration in my eyes at that time, that we had to go out and see it. So I was glad to see that being out on the ground at different times of the day, you are going to get different spaces available. So I think that answered a lot of my queries around it. I'm not sure about everyone else, but that definitely alleviated my concerns. Any other statements in relation to that, members? No. Okay. No other statements or debate on that. Decision, members. I get a proposer and a second. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy enough to propose this and take the recommendations and that from the plan committee.
Thank you, councillor O'Dowd. Any other members? Yeah, no, I'll second that as well. The proposal that we approve this application. So thank you very much, members. And thank you very much, Roshi. We'll have to get everybody back in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just take a wee second, I'm gonna pause there just to get all the members back in. Welcome back, members. We'll dive straight into this. Members. We'll move on to Appendix 3, which is application LA 08-2018-1241F for Bruna Current, and it's an approval. Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, is to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. An addendum report has been circulated, and that we have a speaker in to make representation in support of the application, Andy Stevens. And we also have Mark McNeice from Armagh Design, Connor Curran, who are here for clarification purpose only. That's correct, gentlemen. We also have Paul McCulloch here from Environmental Health, if we have any questions in relation to that. So, Roisin, over to your capable hands.
Thank you, Chair. This application relates to the retention and completion of 2 partially constructed dwellings and erection of 2 dwellings and associated works on lands immediately southeast of 45 Corrigan Hill Road, Dungannon. Members will recall this application was previously presented to committee in April, and at that meeting, members resolved to grant planning permission for the development. Subsequent to the April committee meeting, officers became aware that work had commenced on site before the decision notice was issued. The change in circumstance had implications for some of the planning conditions that were agreed at the meeting, so a report was taken back to committee last month asking that the previous resolution to grant planning permission be rescinded. The rescinded report was agreed, and officers are now presenting the application back to members, again with a recommendation to approve. It is being presented to committee as it attracts objections from more than 4 postal addresses. The application site lies within the development limits of College Land and is not zoned for any particular use. The application was accompanied by a concept master plan, a biodiversity checklist, a preliminary risk assessment, and odour and noise impact assessments. Officers have considered the application against the area plan and the prevailing planning policies and are of the opinion that the proposal is acceptable. There were a number of objections in relation to the proposal which have been detailed in the report. The issues raised relate primarily to the potential impact on the future running and expansion of nearby factories, the potential impact of these factories on the proposed dwellings through noise and odour, the scale and character of the proposal, road safety, overlooking and loss of light and privacy. Officers have consulted with the Environmental Health Department and are satisfied that, subject to proposed mitigation measures as set out in the report, the amenity of prospective residents will be protected from unacceptable adverse noise and odour levels, and all issues raised by objectors have been fully considered and set out in the report. In addition to the 3 letters of objection, 3 letters of support were received, including from the local primary school and the local parish priest. On balance, officers are still of the view that the proposal accords with the area plan, the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies, and are recommending the planning permission be granted. And I'll just take you through the slides. And again, the blue arrow will give you an indication of where we are in the general area, just close to the settlement of Charlemont. This is the site location plan submitted with the application site outlined in red. This is an aerial photograph of the site. And this gives you an idea of where the application site is in the context of the settlement limit of college land. Again, our site's outlined there in red. This is a photograph taken from Corrigan Hill Road looking southeast towards number 45. Our site's up to the left-hand side. And this is a photograph taken from Corrigan Hill Road looking northwest into the site towards number 45. And a photograph taken from Corrigan Hill Road just looking into the site itself. And a photograph taken from the front of the site looking towards the boundary with number 45. And another photograph taken just from outside number 36 Corrigan Hill Road looking towards the northwest along the site frontage on the right-hand side. And again, another photograph just looking in the other direction. And this is taken from number 31 looking down towards the site. The site's to the far side of that mature vegetation. And these are just some more recent photographs taken of the site. And these are the two other properties on the site. And this is a satellite image just showing you the site in relation to the existing factories and landmarks. This is house type A and house type B as proposed, house type C as proposed, and house type D. And this gives you an idea of the cross sections on the site and how the site sits in the context of adjacent development. And these are details of the pier wall, pedestrian gates, and the fencing details. And this is our proposed site layout. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Roisin, for the report and presentation. I'm going to hand over to Andy Stevens, Matrix Planning, to make representation in support of the application. So over to you, Andy. 3 minutes, and your time will start as soon as you start speaking.
Chair, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the officer's recommendation to grant planning permission. You will recall that this application came before you on the 10th of April, where you heard arguments for and against and reached a unanimous conclusion to grant planning permission. Whilst this resolution was rescinded on the 5th of June, this was due to opposing views around several of the purported conditions and whether they met the statutory tests. Despite third parties being fully aware and involved in the 10th of April and the 5th of June meetings, they have chosen not to make any further representations over the intervening 3 months, and it is noteworthy that they are not here today. By not submitting any further representations, there is no new information or justification from the objectors to set aside the conclusion by this committee to grant planning permission, which unanimously reached on the 10th of April. The lack of objection following the 10th of April can only be taken as a tacit acceptance that the conclusion reached was correct. This application has been processed since the 29th of August 2018, and over that considerable period, the objectors have still not placed any definitive or quantifiable investment project before the planning authority, which would be jeopardised or lost if this development was granted permission. They have made numerous claims around incompatibility, loss of investment and job losses, but have provided zero evidence. In fact, the opposite has occurred as the objectors sought planning permission for an extension to their factory. It falls to the third parties to demonstrate that there would be harm and to provide a definitive project. This is also reinforced in paragraph 6.90 of the SPPS, which requires it to be clearly demonstrated that the future operations would be prejudiced. Despite having the benefit of legal advice for a significant period of time, the objectors have emphatically failed to meet the policy test to demonstrate that there is likely to be a nuisance to future occupants of the dwellings and to clearly demonstrate the operations would be prejudiced. All their concerns are predicated on a generalised fear of harm, but there is no clear evidence before you or in the planning file after 6 years. Furthermore, objectors have not claimed or demonstrated that the competent authority, Environmental Health, have made an error in their deliberations during their 5 consultations, nor have they claimed that the proposed mitigation measures would not remedy their alleged concerns. This proposal seeks 4 high-quality dwellings within the settlement of college lands, close to existing community facilities such as primary school, churches and sports clubs, where there is a clear need for family homes for local people, which the objectors accepted on the 10th of April. We would fully support the positive recommendation before members and would respectfully ask that you as a committee endorse the grant of planning permission, much as the 10th of April, for this sustainable residential development that provides family homes for local people. Thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any specific questions you may have. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Really appreciate your input there. Over to members, any questions for Mr. Stevens or for Roisin in relation to this plan application? Very quiet today, members. Roisin is. I'll bring in Roisin here. Just wants to clarify something.
Thank you, Chair. Look, just to clarify for members, there was an additional submission received this morning from objectors. However, you'll note that we circulated an addendum. That submission didn't raise anything new. There wasn't anything in that submission that wasn't covered in the planning report. So it's just to clarify, there was a submission received early this morning, but we've dealt with that by way of an addendum.
Thank you for the clarification, Roisin. Okay, will we move to the debate stage on this application, members? Any comments? Councillor Savage.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that meeting. Just to comment and thank for the report there. It was very comprehensive, and I think it ticked all the boxes, as well as the comments made by the applicant's agents. And based on what I've heard, I think there's only one course of action with this application, and I'd be minded to accept the recommendation as outlined in the report, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Any other comments on that? Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in. I thank the officers for their work. I think I proposed the initial application for approval at that time, and once it come back around and says if all the parties got together, they wouldn't belong or resolving it, which is quite easy to see. It's back here again so soon, so it's good to see good quick resolution for both parties.
Yeah, I concur with Alderman Kennedy there, and quick turnaround and got the issues ironed out, so it's good to see the planning team in action. Members will move on to decision. Alderman Kennedy.
I'm happy enough to propose to accept the recommendation for approval.
Okay. A proposal from Alderman Kennedy, and we have someone to second. Councillor O'Dowd.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor O'Dowd. All agreed? Yeah, nodding heads there. So we'll approve of the application on the basis of the officer's recommendation. So thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending. I think Andy will be staying with us. So we move on to Appendix 4, application LA 08-2023-1708F. That's for Mr. and Ms. McKnight. It's an approval. Roisin Hamill, Principal Planning Officer, to present a report and the PowerPoint presentation. And Andy Stevens from Matrix Planning is to make representation in support of this application. So you may just stay where he is and keep comfortable. I'm going to hand over to Roisin. It's going to take us through the report and presentation.
Thanks again, Chair. This application is for a proposed extension and change of use of existing farm building to coffee shop, farm shop, and lands approximately 10 metres north of Grove Hill, 101 Dunkirk Road, Warringstown. Firstly, members, if you wouldn't mind, I would like to amend the wording of two of the proposed conditions. Condition number 9 relating to operating hours, I would request that it be reworded to state the opening hours of the coffee shop and farm shop hereby approved shall be restricted to 7 AM to 11 PM each day. And condition number 12 relating to landscaping, I would request that it's reworded to state all hard and soft landscaping works shall be carried out in accordance with drawn SP02 and the appropriate British standards or other recognised codes of practice. The hard and soft landscaping should be carried out within the first available planting season following the commencement of the operation of the development hereby approved. The application site is part of an active farm business comprising land, dwelling and outbuildings, which has substantial private landscape gardens to the front. The site is set back off the Dunkirk Road along a private laneway. The application is seeking permission to extend and convert one of the farm buildings to a coffee shop and farm shop as a farm diversification proposal. The existing building is an old farm building, but is currently used for ancillary domestic accommodation in connection with the applicant's dwelling and comprises of a garage, a covered storage area, a function-stroke dining room, a kitchen and bar. The building will be converted to a small farm shop and a coffee shop with toilets with 2 small extensions. Outdoor seating areas are proposed to the front and rear of the building to be used in association with the proposed coffee shop and farm shop. The proposal also includes a parking area which provides for 30 car parking spaces. The proposal has been assessed against the relevant planning policies, including CTY 11 and CTY 4 of PPS 21 and the SPPS, and are of the view that the proposal is acceptable in principle, subject to the conditions set out. No third-party objections have been received. However, the application is being presented to committee as it attracts an objection from a statutory consultee and is recommended for approval. NI Water have recommended that this application be refused as there are network capacity issues. They have recommended that the applicant should apply to NI Water for a water impact assessment to allow NI Water the opportunity to assess the proposal to see if any mitigating measures are required to allow for connection. In line with previous applications we have taken to committee and the approach of the PSE, we are of the view this can be dealt with by way of a negative condition. This would ensure that any concerns in respect of water connection are properly addressed before the development can proceed. And on balance, we are recommending that this application be approved. And I'll just take you through the slides. And again, there is the location of our application site just outside between Bleary and Warringstown. And this is a site location plan submitted with the application site outlined in red. And this is our site plan. And this is a closer up of the site plan. So you can see the building there to be converted with the proposed car parking adjacent to it. This is the existing floor plan of the building to be converted. And these are the existing elevations. And these are the proposed elevations. And that's the proposed floor plan, and the parts highlighted in pink are the extensions proposed. And this is the landscape and a section of the site. And these are access details, so the access is to be widened. And this is an aerial photograph of the site and the surrounding area. And this is just details of the site entrance. And as you can see, there is considerable landscaping along the roadside, and this is well set back off the road. And this is the driveway up to the site itself. And then these are buildings that are adjacent to the site at present. So this is the existing building to be extended and converted. And this is just a view to the rear of the building that's being converted. And this is the area of the front in which this will be used for car parking. So this is there's an existing seating area adjacent to the building, which is being used for ancillary domestic accommodation. And this is an existing domestic bar area associated with the building. And this is the inside of the building at the moment. And again, the interior of the building to be converted. And this is just a view of the building, the dwelling adjacent to the property. And that concludes the presentation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Roisin. I'm going to hand over to Andy Stevens. He's making representation in support of the application. And he, as per the last one, you have 3 minutes, and the clock will start as you start talking.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. I'm not going to say too much, which is unusual for me, apart from to support the officer's recommendation. And I'm really here if you have any questions or clarifications. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Andy. Short and sweet. Thank you. Members, over to you. Any questions for applicant or Roisin planners? Councillor Savage.
So thank you, Chair. It's just one for the agents. I know NI Water have recommended refusal due to network capacity issues, but in terms of the change of use, would there be much more water being used than presently? Just have you, is any information about that at all? Have you?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Savage. You're absolutely right. I mean, you can see the size and scale of the proposal is minimal. The building's got existing toilets facilities. Look, it was their prerogative. I think the actual site served a septic tank, which would be upgraded anyway. So I don't see how there's any difficulty at all. But that was the response that they put back. And obviously, because it's a negative consultation, this is why we're in front of you today. You know, as Roisin has said, you know, the ability to attach a negative condition there to resolve it anyway through pre-development inquiry with them or whatever. It's an easy one to fix. So hopefully that gives you some assurance that it's not a significant problem.
Thank you, Andy. Councillor Savage, want to come back on that? You're happy enough? Any other members have any questions? No, we'll move into debate stage. Members, over to you. Floor is yours. Alderman Candy.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome this. As a farmer myself, it's a great bonus to the local community. We farm shops popping up. I've been involved with a few of them there, and it's unbelievable how far some people do travel till it's not any better probably than the supermarket, but I think it's more reduced because they're getting it off site. So I think this is a positive for any farm to get their own wee business off the ground.
Yeah, thank you, Alderman Candy. I think we can probably all agree that we're looking towards farm diversification, need to help out farmers best possible, and if this is a one step in which this they can develop and grow as a business, I think we can be fairly supportive of it. Any other members, any comments on this? Okay, members, we'll move to decision. Then, Alderman Candy.
I propose to accept the officer's recommendation.
And Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair. I'm content to second that proposal.
Are we all in agreement, members? Seeing nodding heads, yeah. So we approve go with the recommendation then of the officers proposed by Alderman Candy and seconded by Councillor Savage. So thank you, members, and thank you, Andy. Okay, members. Well, both. Members will move on to Appendix 5, application number LA 08 2024-0354, Gordon Developments Limited, and it is for approval. Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, is to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Just remind members that an addendum report has been circulated prior to this meeting. Eamon Lockery is here to make a representation as the agent in support of the application. Before we do that, we'll hand over to Sinead McAvoy and to bring us through the report and presentation. Sinead, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. The proposal is for the erection of 5 new retail units. 1 will be for the sale of convenient goods, while the other 4 will be bulky comparison goods, a garden centre, 3 drive-through restaurants, and relocation of the Game of Thrones car park with associated car park and landscaping and site works. And the reason it's going to planning committee is because it's a major application. Officers have taken that members have read the report, including the addendum in full, and such as a synopsis only. The site is located outside the town centre of Banbridge on a mixed-use zoning within Bridgewater Park. The mixed-use zonings can accommodate a number of uses. However, the key site requirement states development shall not include Class A1 shops except for factory outlet centres or retail warehousing parks. As such, this proposal is part non-compliant with the key site requirements of the zoning. The retail warehouse units are in conformity with the key site requirements, but Unit 7 is not. The local development plan does not provide any policies for assessing out of town centre retail proposals. It advises under other locations that retail park, retail warehousing and other forms of shopping are part of the retail landscape and are often found outside of the town centres. Any new or further expansion of these facilities may be considered within the context of prevailing regional policy. As such, the proposal was considered in light of the SPPS. A sequential assessment was submitted and assessed in light of this policy and case law, and the site is sequentially preferable, and there are no alternative sites in sequentially preferable locations in the proposal catchment that would require the proposal to be refused. Furthermore, the proposal was accompanied by a retail impact assessment and a statement of need, and this has demonstrated the proposal will not have any harmful impact on any protected centre. As such, the reasons set out in the report, it is the opinion of officers that the proposal would not significantly prejudice the implementation of the local development plans, objectives and policies, and for that reason, as set out within the report, it's not considered necessary to refer the proposal to DFI for consideration. Regarding the drive-through units, officers are of the opinion that zoning does not preclude this use and is considered acceptable in principle. As regards the design, layout, landscape, treatment and impact on amenity, officers would raise no concerns and have carried out consultations with the Environmental Health Department, who offer no objections. The proposal meets with the parking standard guidance as regards to parking and DFI roads. The competent authority in these matters have offered no objection to the proposal from a road safety aspect. The proposal also includes a relocation of a park and ride facility granted under LAO 8 2019-1660F. The number of spaces, the operation of this car parking is the same as previously approved, only in a different location. All other material considerations, including drainage, ecology, habitat regulation assessment, contamination, historic environment, have all been looked at in detail and in consultation with the relevant competent authorities. Officers have no concerns. The proposal will be an investment of over 5.5 million in the Banbridge area, creating jobs, and this has been a consideration for officers but has not been given in determining weight. There have been no objection to this proposal, and officers recommend the plan of permission be granted for the reasons I set out in your report and addendum 2. I'll take it through the PowerPoint presentation, members. So that's location of the site within the general area. So it's to the southwest of Banbridge Town Centre. Next slide, please. So that's an aerial view of the proposed site. So this particular application will develop the rest of that particular site within the red line. Next slide, please. That's just the site location plan. That's our proposed site layout. You can see the new units in light blue, and then in lighter blue to the east is the Game of Thrones car parking, which will be separately designated in this particular car parking area, and will overlap the rest of it. And then to the south there you see the 3 drive-through restaurants. Next slide, please. So there is an extant approval on this site under Q 2006-1074. So you can see it marked there, and in light pink then would be the area which the Game of Thrones car parking previously was granted on. Next slide, please. So this is the light blue proposed units, and you can sort of see dashed in green is those extant units which have previously been approved in this site. So with the car parking for the Game of Thrones, the car parking for these units, there will be no other space left in this site for any future development that this is developed. Next slide, please. That's just a floor plan of the units. The unit number 7 has an upstairs storage area. Next slide, please. So that's the proposed elevation. You can see they're basically replicating the architectural style that has been up there in regards to the existing units on the site. Next slide, please. These are just elevations and floor plans of the drive-through proposal. That's drive-through 1, and next slide, please, is drive-through 2, and then the third one will be drive-through 3. Next slide, please. So that's a red arrow. If you can see in the distance, that's where the location of the retail units are. So they're going to be adjoined to the M&S that's currently there at the present time. Next slide, please. So that's just another location. You can see it's that far end of the site. There'll be these units proposed. Next slide, please. That's just a close-up for a space. So it's going to be adjoining the M&S Foods building there, and then continuing across to the east. Next slide, please. That just shows where the retail unit is at present, so it's all hardcore at the present time. Next slide, please. So that just shows where one of the drive-through restaurants are. So it's going to be the south side of the existing bus park. On that drive-through internal, that's all going to be reconfigured. So that internal driveway is going to be moved slightly to the east. Next slide, please. That's drive-through unit 1 and drive-through unit 3. They're going to be sitting parallel to each other. Next slide, please. And that just shows the location of the new Game of Thrones parking spaces, which is going to be to the north and east of the existing reception area for the Game of Thrones. Next slide, please. So that's just an indicative image of the proposal, just showing what it's going to be like. So it's going to just replicate the style that's there at the present time and continue that on to the edge of the site. And that's it. Thanks, members.
Thank you, Sinead. I'm going to invite Eamon Lockery to make representation as the agent in support of the application. Eamon, you have 3 minutes and your time will start as soon as you start your presentation.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Chair and committee members. On behalf of my client, Scotia Lowry, I welcome the recommendation of the planning officer. This is a significant application that will allow the completion of the Bridgewater Park and the provision of additional drive-through restaurants whilst maintaining the important Game of Thrones park and ride with 352 car parking spaces. We've worked carefully with the council officers to provide a detailed proposal that deals with all aspects of the application in terms of retail policy, design, parking, access, drainage, ecology and environmental construction procedures. As a major application, we carried out a full pre-application community consultation, and we've worked closely with the operators of the Game of Thrones tourism facility to ensure that they are in agreement with the application proposed. We have demonstrated to the planning department that the site already benefits from significant retail permission and that this proposal will not cause any harm to any protected town centre. We have demonstrated that there are no sequentially preferable sites. The proposal is partially in compliance with the local development plan and there are material considerations that outweigh any perceived conflict with the plan. Bridgewater Park is clearly identified in the local development plan as a location that will accommodate additional retailing in Banbridge, and the proposal is consistent with this. There is a policy-based need and a qualitative need for the proposal. It will introduce a new food retailer and retail warehouse retailers to the area, which will complement the other shops already located in Bridgewater Park and the rest of Banbridge without any harmful impacts to the town centre. The proposal will have positive economic impacts as an investment of £5.5 million and will create between 122 to 147 jobs, 75 full-time equivalent jobs. It will support between 100 to 120 construction jobs. The proposal is consistent with the local development plan, strategic planning policy statement, and the regional development planning policy statements. Given the foregoing, I respectfully request the committee allow the application, and I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Eamon, and thank you, Sinead, for your report and presentations. Questions? I have Deputy Chair, Councillor Lavery.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Sinead. It's just a brief question for Eamon. I know you mentioned there about the tenants that would complement local businesses and so on. Do you have any idea at this stage what the tenants might be for those units in the three drive-throughs there at this stage?
The food operator is an operator called the Food Warehouse. So there's a one unit 7 with the Food Warehouse. We don't have any named occupiers for the bulky goods units yet. The drive-throughs unofficially, Greg's are in the market for one, and the Tim Hortons are in the market for a drive-through. Now, we had Tim Hortons originally on the first drive-through, and we've had a separate application that'll probably, if this is granted, we can be withdrawn. But that was, we had made them aware that that was the tenants for 2 of them. So, but there is high demand for drive-through operators at the moment as well.
With that, Deputy Chair, yeah. Alderman Barr, question.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of question maybe to yourself, Eamon, or DFA Roads. I'm not too sure who does DFA Roads have, because it's private land, do you have sort of sway over this? I'm not too sure. So it's obviously then to yourself, thank you for coming here this afternoon. So my question is really sort of in terms of additional footfall. When you're coming in when you go past the Go Garage, there's a pedestrian crossing there, but there's no lighting to say that it's a pedestrian crossing. My concern with well, you've alluded to some of the additional footfall initially is going to be actually a couple of hundred jobs created. So people go out for walks around the boulevard. So with the additional footfall, I'm concerned that people are coming from all over to the boulevard, and therefore not seeing that this is a zebra crossing. That's sort of my first part. And then sort of my other concern is sort of when you're going round the whole area, if you were on a scooter, person with disabilities, they're not able to go from McDonald's safely through the footpaths over to the far side of Tesco's because there's no ramp. So they have to go like 3 miles to the right the whole way around. I was just wondering, is that going to be included within these plans to either rectify that one? Because obviously there's additional footfall coming, but equally with the drive-throughs and the additional outlets there, is accessibility going to be there within the footpaths for people with disabilities? It's just really sort of my two concerns, both of them regarding footpaths and pedestrians. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. The Gordon only own the land within that piece of the jigsaw within the site that we have got. We don't have any ownership over the access road. That's owned by the people that own the boulevard, essentially. It's a separate company from ourselves, so we don't have any gift to make those improvements. And I know DFI Roads Adoptions land doesn't extend beyond the Go Garage either. So unfortunately, whilst we would like to make those introduce amendments that you've raised, and we've had that comment before, it's not something that we actually have control over to do, Councillor.
Thank you, Eamon. Alderman Barr, you want to come back in?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And just sort of to return on the question is the area that's under your control then, is that going to be accessible for people with disabilities, etc.? Thank you.
Yes, Councillor, we would ensure the utmost, and I'll take it away that it's a concern that has been raised not just on our site, but as part of the wider site, and raise that with Gorta Lowry, that they can make some recommendations to the wider landowner to try and make those improvements. But certainly within our site, the operators that we have, Marks and Spencers and the Home Bargains and people like that, are all adamant that it has to be accessible. It has to be accessible for people even pushing trolleys. So if someone can push a trolley, they should be able to get access through wheelchairs and things like that. And so we've worked careful with the council planners on the interaction between the various car park areas to making sure that there is no obstructions to people that would be trip hazards as such that would be a problem. So within our site, we would be very keen to make sure that we're accessible to everyone, and the retailers would require that as well, Councillor.
Thank you, Eamon. David, your lights on. Do you want to come in on just a point Alderman Barr was raised?
Yeah, just to clarify, the entire loop around the development is a private road. DFI roads don't have any jurisdiction over it at all. There are some pedestrian facilities there, but we have had some correspondence with people asking for some more. That's really just directed to the operators of the facility. We don't have any control over that.
Thank you, David, for the clarification. Councillor Savage, question?
It's not much more of a question as just to follow on from Alderman Barr. He makes some very good points. I go to the boulevard regularly, and the amount of times that the zebra crossings are ignored by people going to them. So I think Alderman Barr makes a good point there, Eamon. And if you could possibly, I know it's not in your control, but if you could make representations to the owner to improve them and highlight them more, it would be very gratefully received by the residents, because I've seen it. I've seen people standing there trying to get across the road and the cars just went on, and just by the grace of God, there's been nobody badly hurt. So I just like to put that in the record. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. I will note that, and thank you when you pass those comments through to whoever you have enough.
Yes, Councillor. Thank you. Yes, Chair.
Thank you. Members, move on to our debate phase of the evening. So comments on this application? All quiet. Okay, can we get a decision then on this proposal or thing? Alderman Barr?
Well, propose the officer's recommendations, Chair. There's no objections. Obviously, my concerns have been raised, and as I say, I'll propose a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr and Councillor Duffy.
Just happy to second the recommendation, Chair.
Okay, members, are we all in agreement? Okay, propose to accept the officer recommendation second by Alderman Barr and seconded by Councillor Duffy. Thank you very much, Eamon. Thank you for attending. Okay, moving on to Appendix 6. As application LA 08 2023 3101F. It's Trustees of Portadown Integrated Primary School, and it's up for approval. Kyle Elder, Senior Planning Officers, present the report and PowerPoint presentation. Just to remind members, an addendum report was circulated prior to the meeting. We will have Sarah McDowell, Resolve Planning to make representation in support of the application, and Martin Hoy from Hoy Dormant Transport is here for clarification purposes only. So, Councillor Lavery, bear with me.
Thank you, Chair. Just a declaration. I was contacted by the applicant following the submission of these plans, but I passed them on to party colleagues, explaining that I was on the committee, so couldn't be involved, but you know, they can take part in things, but just part of the clarity.
That'll be duly noted. Thank you. I am going to hand over to Kyle Elder to give the presentation and present the report to committee. Thank you, Kyle.
Thanks, Chair. Just prior to making the presentation, I just want to advise that the drawn number that's been stamped on the private streets determinations drawings was labelled as drawn number 02A. That was incorrect. That should have been number 32A. So just to make sure that there's no ambiguity with the drawings, officers would propose that we make changes to conditions number 3, 4, 5, and 6. So changing 02A to number 32A. This plan application seeks full plan permission for the erection of a primary school and separate nursery unit at Mandeville Road in Portadown. The school includes a 14 classroom school accommodation building, including learning support and school meals accommodation. The proposal includes the main school, vehicular and pedestrian access off the existing roundabout serving Mandeville Manor, hard and soft play areas, vehicular drop-off pick-up points, car and cycle parking, realigning of an existing water course, erection of an NIE substation, solar panels on the roof of the school, landscaping, fencing, and all associated site works. The development is the relocation and redevelopment of Portadown Integrated Primary School and Nursery Unit. The application is before you this evening for 3 reasons. Firstly, it's a major planning application. Secondly, it attracts an objection from NI Water, a statutory consultee, and is recommended for approval. And thirdly, the council has an estate in the land. Officers have taken it, members have read the report and the addendum in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. Members are reminded that while the council has an estate in the land required for the delivery of this project, that estate and the financial benefit which would accrue to the council or that option to be taken up are all completely immaterial to the determination of this plan application. It goes without saying, therefore, that the council must exercise its planning powers for proper planning reasons only and not for any ulterior purpose, such as furthering the council's interests as owner of the land that's subject to this application or realising financial benefit from the proposal. The application site is located within the development limit of the Craigavon urban area and land zones as existing open space as defined by Map 5 of the Craigavon Area Plan 2010. The plan directs officers to consider prevailing regional policy for the development of this zoning. Policy OS 1 of PPS 8 seeks to protect existing open space, but has an exception where there are substantial community benefits that decisively outweigh the loss of the open space. As detailed in the plan report, taking on board the combination of site-specific factors, the need for this new build school as one of the high priority projects set out in the school enhancement programme, officers are of the opinion that the proposal as a total package would result in substantial benefits to the community. These benefits would decisively outweigh the loss of zoned open space and as such outweigh the presumption against the loss of the open space as indicated by Policy OS 1. As such, the proposal complies with Policy OS 1 of PPS 8, the SPPS and Plan Policy ROS 1. The proposed use is a main town centre use, which is proposed in an out-of-centre location. A sequential assessment and an assessment of need has been submitted in support of the application. No alternative sites within town centre boundary were identified, being a combination of available, suitable or viable for the proposed primary school. In absence of any alternative town centre sites or other overall suitability, the application site is considered to represent the only suitable location for the proposed development. In this context, officers consider the principle of development to be acceptable in the context of the area plan and the SPPS. Regarding the proposed design and layout, officers raised no concerns for the reasons detailed in the report. Proposed buildings would be single-storey and of a contemporary design. Much of the existing trees and vegetation on the site is to be retained, which will provide substantial screening of the site, given these features are mature and established. Officers consider the development will successfully integrate into the surrounding area and are content that the proposal is compliance with Living Places and Policy DES 2 of a planned strategy for rural Northern Ireland by proposing the design and layout which is sensitive to the character of its surroundings and appropriate to its location. The impact of amenity as a result of the development has been fully considered in the report. Noise from the proposed development is considered to result from vehicle noise, external play areas, plants noise and construction noise. Regarding construction noise, members are advised that environmental health note that major construction operations will result in some noise impact upon neighbouring dwellings, but advise that this is temporary during particular phases of development. Environmental health note that excessive or prolonged construction noise can be limited by the Environmental Health Department using their powers under the Pollution Control and Local Government Northern Ireland Order 1978. Members also advise that officers have recommended conditions to restrict the days and hours during which the construction works can be carried out to protect the amenity of neighbouring dwellings. To ensure the proposed plant has a low impact on neighbouring properties, a condition has been included to ensure noise impact does not exceed specified levels at the nearest property. The noise impact assessment raises no concerns over traffic noise and external play areas. Officers are therefore satisfied that the proposed development will not unduly affect any neighbouring property by noise for these reasons. As detailed in the report, officers have considered other amenity issues and raised no concerns. Officers are satisfied that the proposal accords with the Craigavon Area Plan, the SPPS, and supplementary guidance in respect of the impact on amenity by the proposed development. The site will be accessed from a roundabout at Mandeville Manor. The AFA roads have been consulted regarding the proposed access arrangement and raised no concerns in the context of Policy MP2 of PPS 3. The proposal will provide 87 car parking spaces and 17 car drop-off points within the curtilage and 4 drop-off points outside the curtilage, as well as 1 space for a bus. This is in excess of the 56 spaces required by the parking standards document. The AFI roads have raised no objections to the proposed parking arrangements, and officers raised no concerns regarding Policy MP7 of PPS 3. So for the reasons detailed in the report, officers are satisfied that this proposal accords with the SPPS and policies AMP 1, 2, 7, 8 and 9 of PPS 3 in respect of access, movement and parking. The proposal is also accompanied by numerous reports and supporting information. Members are advised that these documents have been appraised by officers in consultation with the relevant competent authorities who have raised no objections. As detailed in the reports, the proposed solar panels are considered to be acceptable in this instance with regards to policies RE1 and RE2 of PPS 18. NI Water in its consultation response advised that an assessment has indicated that there are capacity issues, and this establishes significant risks of detrimental effect to the environment and detrimental impact on existing properties. NI Water note that the downstream catchment is constrained by overloaded sewage infrastructure, including one or more downstream unsatisfactory intermittent discharges, which is causing a negative impact on the environment. These discharges are recorded at Aca Common Embankment, which discharges into the Closet River. In keeping with Appeal Reference 2021/A0231, confirmation has been provided from the agent that an engineering solution for the disposal of wastewater can be found. Accordingly, in line with this appeal decision, officers have recommended inclusion of a negative planning condition prohibiting the commencement of any development until the wastewater impact assessment confirms that a sewage connection can be made or that alternative provision for disposal of sewage is made, and this is submitted to and agreed in writing by the planning authority. This would ensure that any concerns in respect of sewage capacity are properly addressed before the development can proceed. Members are advised that 3 letters of objection have been received regarding this planning application, and the objection reasons have been fully considered in the report. Overall, officers consider the proposal to comply with the local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies, and on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and the addendum, and subject to the conditions suggested in the report and the addendum. I'll just take you through the presentation. Okay, so the application site is just located northeast of Portadown in close proximity to Craigavon Area Hospital. This is the site location plan with the site outlined in red. Next site then is just aerial shot of the site, so you can see the current playing fields there to the west and to the north. Mandeville Manor, a housing estate to the east, and Drum Lagoon Park, which is under construction to the north and northeast of the site. So the site is located within an area of zoned existing open space, as detailed in the report. So this is the site location plan. So you can see the proposed school is located fairly centrally in the site, with the proposed nursery unit to the northeast and the car parking north of the main school. This is the landscaping plan. There is fairly substantial landscaping on the site, and then there's further enhancements. So there will be some trees lost, but there will be a net gain overall. Next slide then just shows the tree protection plan. So some of the trees in red will be removed to facilitate the development, but around the areas in blue there is a fencing proposed to protect the existing mature vegetation that's on the site. So this is the floor plan of the school, which is made up of a number of different sections. And then the elevations then of the school. The school is a single story, so these are just sections to show that. And then next slide then just shows the plans of the nursery unit. And then the sections, the nursery unit again is single story. These are just some of the plans of the cycle parking stands. And then this is the entrance gates and pillars. And then the next slide then is just one of the fences that's to be erected. There's a 2.4 meter fence to be erected around the curtilage of the site, which will be green in colour. So this is the plan I referred to at the start, which will now read drawn number 32A, and it's the private streets terminations drawn. Just a few wee things to point out on that. To the southeast towards the roundabout, you can see that in the pink the footpath which links to an existing footpath to a bus stop, which is proposed, and then at the roundabout to the northeast there's a pedestrian pathway onto the existing cycle path and footpath. So it's just a couple of photographs then. So this is at the roundabout in Mandeville Manor. Those trees will be removed, and that will be the access point to the site. The next couple of photographs are then just some of the boundaries. So firstly, the easternmost boundary with Mandeville Manor. And then secondly, then this is with Mandeville Road, the dual carriageway. So much of that vegetation is to be retained, and it's fairly extensive. And then next slide then is from the Kernan playing fields, with their site to the right. So again, there are gaps in the boundaries, but there is additional planting proposed. And then the final boundary then is northernmost boundary, which is our site there to the left, and you can see then the cycle pathway and the footpath, and there will be a pedestrian access made into the school from that pathway. The next couple of slides then are just a few photographs of the site where the school will be located. So looking northeast, the next one then is looking east, and then southeast, and then just further southeast. So you'll just note that the site is fairly flat and currently is used for, this section of the site would be used for agricultural purposes at present. And then just the next slide then is just a couple of contextual photographs. So this is a Mandeville Manor just on the way off the Mandeville Road roundabout. So that footpath, our site's to the left, and the footpath to the right is the footpath, which will link into the footpath, sorry, to the bus stop, which is proposed. And then the next slide then, that's just from the roundabout. You can see some of the dwellings in Mandeville Manor. And then again from the final slide then, again from Mandeville Manor roundabout, just facing some of the properties under construction in Drum Lagoon Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for the presentation. I'm gonna pass over to Sarah. Please waiting patiently from Resolve Planning to make presentation on support of the application. Your time, you've got 3 minutes, and your time will start as soon as you start speaking and you see yourself on the screen. So over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, members. I'm Sarah McDowell of Resolve Planning, agent acting on behalf of the applicant seeking approval of this application. With me this evening to answer any questions you may have is Mr. Hoy, Transport Consultant from Hoy Dorman, also working on the design team. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank Council's planning team and all of the statutory consultees who have been involved in processing the application. Having progressed through the pre-application discussion, pre-application public consultation and full application processes within the last 2 years, we welcome the recommendation to approve this major development of the primary school on the Mandeville Road site. Through the application process, all material planning matters have been duly considered by Environmental Health, DAERA, Rivers, NI Water, NIE, Shared Environmental Services, Historic Environment, DFI Roads in terms of noise, natural and historical environment, water connection and wastewater capacity, car parking, traffic safety and road safety. Points of objections and clarifications raised by submitted representations have either been addressed or amendments made to facilitate requested changes. All material considerations are set out and assessed on page 13 through to page 31 of the Case Officer's Report, with considerable input from statutory consultees. Planners have recommended 25 conditions in front of you this evening. No additional speaking rights have been requested for this meeting, and since the 20th of May, no further representations have been made. On behalf of Portadown Integrated Primary and Nursery School, I hope that the committee members ratify planners' recommendations this evening, and in doing so, it will mark the school's aspirations of creating a modern and welcoming environment for pupils, staff and visitors alike. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for your presentation. Members, any questions for Sarah or Martin in regards to the application or for the planning officer? Yes. Members, move to debate then. Any comments or statements you'd like to make in relation to this plan application? Councillor Duffy.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation, and thank the planner for all the, seems to be a lot of good work has gone into this here, and good relationship between the school and the planners, so delighted to see this going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Concur with those comments as well. Any other statements, members? No. Decision then. Councillor Duffy.
Happy to propose, Chair.
Thank you, councillor Duffy and councillor Donnelly.
Second that.
We all in agreement, members? Yeah. Everyone's happy. So we'll go proposed and seconded proposed by councillor Duffy and seconded by councillor Donnelly on the officer's recommendation. So thank you very much. Okay, and thank you very much, Sarah and Martin, for attending this evening. Thank you. Yeah. Members, I've been advised that food is ready downstairs, so we'll take a break. And try and be back up here for 7 on the dot. well fed. I just check my ICT that we're live. Yep, we're good to go. Just gonna go straight back into it. And we want to advise, it's appendix 7, LA 08/2024 0141, and it's for Armagh City, Craigavon Borough Councils for local development plans. I'm going to hand over to Kyle Elder, Senior Planning Officer, to present report on PowerPoint presentation. Thank you, Kyle.
This plan application seeks full plan permission for public realm improvements in Guildford. The works include the revitalisation of the adopted footways with new natural stone curbs and sets, new footway surfacing, street furniture, hard and soft landscaping works, boundary treatments, and all associated site works. The application is before you this evening as it's a major planning application and because it has been made by the council. Officers have taken it, members have read the report in full, and as such this is a synopsis only. Members are reminded that while the council is the applicant, that is completely immaterial to the determination of this planning application, as is any financial or other advantage to the council which may arise from the determination of this application. The council must exercise its planning powers for proper planning reasons only and not for any ulterior purpose. The application site is located within the settlement of Guildford as defined by the Banbridge Newry and Mourne Area Plan 2015. Part of the site is located within the town centre, is partially within an area of townscape character and partially within an area of archaeological potential. Sections of the proposed works are located outside of the designated town centre, but within the settlement limits of Guildford on unsown white land. Officers raise no conflict between the proposed development and the area plan or the SPPS. Therefore, the proposal to undertake public realm works is considered acceptable in principle. Regarding the impact of the development on townscape, officers raise no concerns for the reasons detailed in the report. Officers are of the opinion that the proposed works will improve the existing public realm within the project area, creating a more walkable and easy to navigate public realm environment, whilst improving the aesthetics of the overall streetscape. The use of materials is also deemed appropriate and acceptable. Members are advised that in this instance, officers have raised no concerns regarding the policy provisions of a planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland, the addendum to the PPS 6 or living places. The proposal was accompanied by a flood risk assessment and drainage assessment, Northern Ireland biodiversity checklist, transport assessment form, preliminary risk assessment, a geotechnical preliminary sources study report, and an outline construction and environmental management plan. These documents have been appraised by officers in consultation with the relevant competent authorities who have raised no objections. Where conditions were suggested, these have been included. Post developments also being considered with regards to built heritage. Officers following consultation with the Historic Environment Division raised no concerns regarding built heritage in the context of the SPPS or the policy requirements of PPS 6 subject to conditions. Members are advised that no letters of objection have been received regarding this plan application. So overall, officers consider the proposal to comply with local development plan, policy requirements of the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies, and on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and subject to the conditions suggested in the report. Just take you through the presentation. Okay, so as I said, the site is located in Guildford. The next slide then just shows the site location plan with the site area outlined in red. Next slide then is just an aerial view of the proposed site. Next slide then is proposed site layout plan. So just maybe starting from the north and working down. In the north you have Castle Hill. So the footway is there to be resurfaced with stone sets on the inside and a natural stone curbing. The footpaths are generally throughout the development to be a tarmac with grey chips inside, but an upper part of Castle Hill, it's a higher grip material has to be used. Then moving down, you come to the link between Castle Hill and Castleview housing development. You can see in the green and yellow, so it's a buff coloured footpath proposed there, which is going to be wider than the existing, and there'll be some trees planted in that area and some seating and bins there as well. And just immediately to the southwest of Castle Hill, then there's two replacement seats and a bin proposed. Then you have a link from Dumbarton Street to the Riverside Walk, so that's an existing tarmac footpath, which is then to be replaced with the buff coloured footway. And then heading on down south then into the car park, you can see in red that a pedestrian walkway then is to be demarcated on the site and through the car park, and then part of the wall, a very small section of wall being removed and railings installed and a wayfinder sign erected. Yeah, I'll just take on to the next slide. So that's just a visualization there of the link between Castle Hill and Castleview. Next slide then is just some of the sample images of the materials to be used. Next slide is, so this is Bridge Street. So further along Bridge Street, closer to the bridge, a seat and a bin is proposed. Next slide. This is the existing car park. So just to the left, to the rear of those spaces, the walkway will be marked out onto the street. And then this is just a few along Banbridge Road, so that footpath will be resurfaced. And then this is just a few on the Mill Street, so that small section of wall will be taken down and metal railings putting up, and then a wayfinder sign erected at that part of the site. Next slide. So this is the existing walkway between the Riverside and Dumbarton Street, which is to be done in the buff surfacing. Yeah, and then just this Dumbarton Street where the two replacement seats and the bins proposed. Next slide then just shows the link between Castle Hill and Castleview. So this is to be widened, and like I say, seating areas put in and some trees planted in this area. And then this is Castle Hill. So both of the footpaths on both sides of the road will be resurfaced, and then a higher grip further along Castle Hill. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle, for that presentation and report. Also should have mentioned that David Sherrod is here from DFI Roads for clarification purposes, and I'll be for the next couple of plan applications I'll come for as well. So instead of myself repeating myself throughout it, just make the announcement now. So members, over to you. Any questions in relation to what we've just heard there, Councillor Savage?
Thanks very much, Chair. And it's maybe a question, David, you might be able to answer now, but if you could get an answer from at some stage. There was a street light attached to Guildford Community Hall, and the last time I was speaking to one of your colleagues, they had planned to replace it. So that was quite a while ago I was talking to him. Would you be able to give me an update on if that light will be replaced? I think it was taken away a few years ago and was never replaced, but it was asked about it by a resident, and if I could get an answer, I'd be very grateful. Thanks.
Well, sorry, it's not something I can answer straight away, but certainly I'll get an answer for you and find out. The street lighting aspect of it isn't part of the planning application. As are the materials that are going to be used. Those all have to be agreed with those relevant sections after the application's approved and before they start constructing. The application is really only for the geometry of what's being proposed. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, David. Any other questions? No. I'm going to debate stage at this point. Any comments or statements anybody would like to make? Alderman Barr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman. I can remember when I was up there as Lord Mayor, the proposal for this year was going through council, and my colleagues, Alderman Ian Burns and former councillor Jill McCauley were arguing from the top of their voices for this funding to go to Rathfriend and Guildford and Market Hill, which is absolutely fantastic to see it come through committee now. The environmental improvement scheme, it represents a significant and much needed investment in Guildford, something that I suppose some of us could agree could do with a lot more. There's a lot more that needs to be done, and I suppose that's probably over the DFA roads as well to be able to come with, because there's some of them footpaths are not suitable for people with disabilities. People are falling off their scooters, you know, and it's simply not acceptable from that perspective. But we have funding, we have a proposal here. I'm confident that these improvements will bring the community together, and it'll be fantastic for the people of Guildford. So obviously you can see where I'm going with my thinking. So be happy to come in whenever we're making proposals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Probably just to echo what Alderman Barr said. It's great to see this investment in Guildford. I think Guildford's moving a wee bit in the right direction. Maybe slower than a lot of us would like, but we see the investment with the new filling station and now these street improvements. It's heading the right road and much welcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson and Councillor Savage.
Thank you, Chair, for letting me in, and just to echo the comments of my dear colleagues, it's very much welcome. It's a good start. This will make a big improvement to the pavements in the areas that has been highlighted, and as is alluded to, like, there's a lot more that can be done there, but it's a good start. So thank you, Chair, for letting me in.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor Savage, and probably concur with everyone's comments. It's good to see improvements in our smaller villages and seeing investment put in there. Seek to go to decision now. Alderman Barr.
Thank you, Chair. In line with what I'd said a couple of minutes ago, so proposed along with the councillors or the council officers' recommendations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Barr and Councillor Wilson.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, happy to second that proposal. Much welcomed and a good news story for the residents of Guildford. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. All in agreement on the floor, members? Yeah, seeing nodding heads. So proposed to accept the officer's recommendation there by Alderman Barr and seconded by Councillor Wilson. Thank you very much, members. Thank you very much, Kyle. Moving on to Appendix 8, LA 08 2024-0140F, and it is a local development plan. I think this one's for Market Hill. And Sinead McAvoy, Planning Manager, is to present the report and PowerPoint presentation. So I think with yourself, Sinead.
Thank you, Chair. The application seeks full plan permission for public realm improvements in Market Hill. The works include the revitalisation of the adopted footways with new natural stone curbs and sets, new footwear service and street furniture, hard and soft landscaping works, boundary treatments and all associated site works. And the application before you this evening, because it's a major application and because it's made by the council, who is the applicant. Members are reminded that while the council is the applicant, this is completely immaterial to the determination of this planning application, as is any financial or other advantage to the council which may arise from the termination of this application. The application site is located within the settlement limit of Market Hill, within the town centre boundaries and extending outside the town centre boundary within the development limit. Officers raised no conflict between the proposed development in relation to the area plan or the SPPS. Therefore, the proposal to undertake public realm works is considered acceptable in principle. Regarding the impact of the development on townscape, officers raised no concerns for the reasons as detailed in your report. Officers are of the opinion that proposed works will improve the existing public realm within the project area, creating a more walkable and easy navigatable public realm environment, whilst improving the aesthetics of the overall streetscape. The use of materials is also deemed appropriate and acceptable. Members are advised that in this instance, officers have raised no concern regarding the policy provisions as outlined within your report. The proposal was also accompanied by a flood risk assessment and drainage assessment, biodiversity checklist, transport assessment form, preliminary risk assessment, and a geotechnical preliminary sources study report. These documents have been appraised by officers in consultation with the relevant competent authorities who have also raised no objections. Where conditions were suggested, these have also been included. The proposed development has also been considered with regards to built heritage. Officers following consultation with the Historic Environment Division raised no concerns regarding built heritage in the context of the SPPS and the PPS and PPS 6 subject to conditions. Members are advised that there were 8 third-party objections to this proposal and they have been fully considered within your report. Officers consider the proposal to comply with the local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS and all other relevant planning policies, and on that basis approval is recommended for reasons outlined in your report and subject to the conditions attached. Taking you through the PowerPoint presentation, members, just to give you an understanding of where we are in Market Hill. So that's the location of the site in the general area. So it's Market Hill Town Centre and extends slightly north towards Gosford Road. Next slide, please. So that just shows the site location plan. So it's through the central spine of the village, as you can see, to the square at the bottom, Mohan Road, and then in round Fairgreen Road. Next slide, please. That just shows an aerial view of the post site and they outlined in red again. Next slide, please. So that's just a close-up of the site layout plan. So it's similar to what's happening in Guildford, upgrading the footpaths, central island preservations, etc. Some additional landscaping and new curbs. Next slide, please. That just shows a visualization that's outside the Dolphin for people who know Market Hill well. That particular area to the front of it is being extended just to allow for easier pedestrian movement between that area. It is like an asphalt with a grey granite type chip in it, and then a granite natural stone finish on the edge of the curbs. Next slide, please. And again, similar to Kyle's in Guildford, that's the sample images of the materials to be used. Next slide, please. Just there has been, and there was during the processing of the application, some concerns raised because at Keady Street there, they're extending the pedestrian area to allow for easier movement of pedestrians across that junction. And that has all been auto-tracked, so larger vehicles can get in and out of that without any overlap of the footpath, etc. Next slide, please. This just shows an overview of the Fairgreen junctions. These are basically teasing out where the new landscaping's going. So there's one tree there to the south. Next slide, please. And that just shows the existing vegetation that's going to be retained there in that roundabout on each side of those junctions. Next slide, please. And it's just one additional tree there. The rest is all to be retained through the main street there of the town and Keady Street there to the south. Next slide, please. So that just shows existing view of Mohan Road. It's coming up there to the right-hand side, just before the school on the right-hand side, and then coming up here as far as Hunter's shop into the left-hand side. Next slide, please. That's just a view of Newry Street and that central island within the centre there. Pedestrian island is going to be upgraded as well. Next slide, please. That's just existing view of Bunker Hill looking back towards Newry Street. That existing bus stop will be upgraded as well, and the bus stop will be depicted in the road. Next slide, please. That just shows existing view of the main street south. So that's the existing pavement there at the minute, and that'll be asphalt with a grey chip granite going through it. Next slide, please. That just shows it coming up from Gosford Road, that area to the east will actually be retained as a vegetative area, and that footpath and bins will be upgraded. Next slide, please. That just shows a Fairgreen Road, the Fairgreen Road, I suppose. It just shows how the footpaths would need upgraded. So those and the curbs will be upgraded at this section. Next slide, please. And the same with Katie Street, looking down, so those paths will all be upgraded. That just shows actually the top of that Katie Street is where the junction is going to be extended for the pedestrian footpath. There will be a loss of 2 car parking spaces at the top of that street. Next slide, please. And that just shows a central area in the main street. That a particular wall will be replastered, new coping, and those vegetation areas will be retained with new planting as well to supplement it. Next slide, please. That's me. Thanks, members.
Thank you, Sinead, for the presentation. Over to you, members. Any questions in relation to this scheme? Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, I think it's an issue raised before, and it's just regarding I know there's a number of residential properties, and it happened on up the street where, you know, the paths were obviously dug up and relaid, and then there was damp ingression issues into a number of dwellings. And I was wondering, who will ultimately have responsibility for that? Was it DFI or is it the contractors during that initial period? Because I know I think it was resolved with an issue of a claim, maybe to DFI to resolve the issue, but just wondering if there's any mitigation in that with DPMs or, you know, membranes and that against properties, just to because they're going to be disturbed and the paths have been down for a long time, and it invariably could cause issues where particularly residential dwellings along the main street and any other streets affected, you know, you could have an issue where damp becomes a problem and it's quite costly to repair for a resident.
You're just going to check, is Sinead, are you going to take that, or is it David? David?
Yes, this is a council scheme designed and put forward and constructed by councils, contractors. It would be for the council to carry out any repairs that would need to be done on that if it causes problems with the DPCs of those properties. That would be our side of the equation.
Thank you, David. Sinead, is that we're on the same boat as well? Council position on that, would it be?
The application was accompanied by a drainage assessment, but it didn't look at the impact of in relation to properties. It basically looked at the surface runoff into the existing drains, and that wasn't raised as an issue, but I could raise it through the state's team as regards to it was an issue raised here as regards to this. But as David shared and wrote has alluded to, it would be a matter of a management for us as in the council, because we are the project owners here. Yeah.
Thank you, Sinead. Alderman Wilson, that answer your question? Yeah, good. Alderman Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. I just had my light in advance of the debate.
Like Alderman Wilson, do you have a question? Is it just the same? Right, Alderman Kennedy, your show.
I'd like to welcome this work. Any additional facelifts, very much appreciated, and it has been talked about for a while, so it's glad to see it getting this length. So it'll be good to get the wheels in motion.
Thank you, Alderman Kennedy. Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, just in the same vein as Alderman Kennedy, it's great to see it. I know a number of the footpaths are in bad shape, so it will address a lot of that, and no doubt will look well. Just, you know, from previous schemes and that, I think it's very important that traders are kept on board and managed and respected at all times throughout the process. I would say that, because it can be quite disruptive when it's happening and traders are having a tough enough time without, you know, further impacts. So just in terms of traffic management, I think council will need to be really on its game in terms of just managing that and managing the schedule of works in a sort of compassionate nature to the needs of the trader.
Thank you, Alderman Wilson. I think I agree with both your comments, and Alderman Kennedy and Alderman Wilson, in relation to the scheme being badly needed in Market Hill, and I could be welcome by everybody, but so it's not to the detriment of traders in the village itself. Members, no other questions, no other lights here, so we'll go to decision. I get a decision from the floor. Alderman Kennedy.
Happy enough to propose the upper recommendation.
And Alderman Wilson.
Yeah, happy enough to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Kennedy and Alderman Wilson. So proposal is that we accept the officer's recommendation proposed by Alderman Kennedy and second by Alderman Wilson. Thank you very much, members. Thank you, Sinead. And finally, on to Elder with the application, Appendix 9 application, LA 08-2024-0208/F. And that is another one of the schemes, and this time for Rough Island. So, Kyle, over to you.
This plan application seeks full plan permission for public realm improvements in Rough Islands. The works include new curbs, paving, footpath surface, and hard and soft landscaping enhancements to existing pedestrian crossing points and tactile pavings, street furniture, and all associated site works. The application is before you this evening as it is a major plan application, and because it's been made by the council. Officers have taken it, members have read the report in full, and as such, this is a synopsis only. Members are reminded that while the council is the applicant, this is completely immaterial to the determination of this plan application, as is any financial or other advantage to the council which may arise from the determination of this application. The council must exercise its plan powers for proper plan reasons only and not for any ulterior purpose. The application site is located within the settlement of Rough Island, as defined by the Banbridge New Morn area plan. The majority of the application site is located within the town centre, within an area of townscape character and within an area of archaeological potential. Minor sections of the proposed works are located outside of the designated town centre, but within the settlement limits of Rough Island on unsown white land. Officers raise no conflict between the proposed development and the area plan or the SPPS. Therefore, the proposal to undertake public realm works is considered acceptable in principle. Regarding the impact of the development in townscape, officers raise no concerns for the reasons detailed in the report. Officers are of the opinion that the works will improve the existing public realm within the project area, creating a more walkable and easy to navigate public realm environment, whilst improving the aesthetics of the overall streetscape. The use of materials is also deemed appropriate and acceptable. Members are advised that in this instance, officers have raised no concerns regarding the policy provisions of a planning strategy for rural Northern Ireland, the addendum to PPS 6 or living places. The proposal is accompanied by a flood risk assessment and drainage assessment, Northern Ireland biodiversity checklist, transport assessment form, preliminary risk assessment, and a geotechnical preliminary sources study report. These documents have been appraised by officers in consultation with the relevant competent authorities who have raised no objections. Where conditions were suggested, these have been included. The proposed development has also been considered with regards to built heritage. Following consultation with the Historic Environment Division, officers raised no concerns regarding built heritage in the context of the SPPS or the policy requirements of PPS 6 subject to conditions. There had been some concerns in this project just in relation to the curbing, but members will note that HED have requested a condition requiring samples of the curbing and granite stone sets to be submitted to the council and agreed prior to the development commencing. Members are advised that 3 letters of objection have been received regarding this plan application, and the reasons for objecting have been fully considered in the report. So overall, officers consider the proposal to comply with the local development plan, the policy requirements of the SPPS, and all other relevant planning policies. And on that basis, approval is recommended for the reasons outlined in the report and subject to the conditions suggested in the report. Just take you through the presentation. So the application sites within Rough Islands. It's just a site location plans, maybe a bit hard to read there on the screen, but obviously it's outlined in red, central area and the main roads into the central area of the town. It's just an aerial view of the proposed sites. And then the proposed site layout plan. So within the scheme, mainly the scheme involves the replacement of the footpaths. So again, with tarmac with stone chips, and down Patrick Street, I think there's a bit of a higher grip surface to be used in a section of that scheme. Where possible, existing curbs are to be retained, and where not, the natural stone is proposed. And then you have the natural stone sets on the inside of the footpath again. There's a number of bins to be put in place throughout the area, and down Patrick Street, a seat is proposed, and also site realignment of the existing footway in down Patrick Street. It's just a visualization of the footpath. Next slide then again just shows some of the details proposed. Next slide. So that's just a photograph of Church Square. So the footpath to the right there would be resurfaced, and indeed to the other side of Church Square as well. So that's just a photograph of Newry Street, and then Drumore Street, and Main Street, and then Castle Street. You just notice there how the footpath has been cut up and filled in a number of times, so it probably is in need of some works. Then this is down Patrick Street. Most of the curbs along down Patrick Street will be retained. Next slide then is Cadell's Lane, and then John Street. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kyle, for the presentation and report. Members, any questions in relation to that? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chairman. Kyle sort of maybe preempted my question in regards to granite curbs. I know residents are concerned that the traditional Moore and granite curbs, some of them are going to be removed. Most probably some of them aren't in great condition. But I would encourage you to keep that tradition with the granite curbs as much as possible, because it's part of the townscape, and that's what I would like to see us doing. You know, try and source traditional Moore and granite for any repairs or works that's being done. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Kyle, you happy to come into that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think this has been feedback, is certainly from the pre-application community consultation report that I had read submitted by the applicants. It has been quite a big issue and raised locally. So certainly along quite large stretches of Main Street, down Patrick Street and Cadell's Lane, a lot of that curbing is to be retained. But we have been informed in Church Square, and part of Main Street, I think at John Street, that they do require to replace it, that the curbing isn't in suitable condition. But like I say, hopefully through the submission of that material, hopefully we'll know better at that stage what exactly is proposed.
Thank you, Kyle. Councillor Wilson, you content with that? Yeah. Alderman Bart.
Thank you, Chairman. Kate, just wondering in terms of the project itself, how difficult, if there was to be another conversation regarding an extension to the boundaries, because I know that there was concern down Drumore Street about where the boundary finishes, where it actually should have maybe extended 10 metres. But how difficult would that be to obviously overcome that in terms of planning? Is that a whole application, or is that an addendum to this one? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, the application site is obviously set in red, and we can't extend that. So unfortunately, if they were to extend that, potentially they would have to come in with a new application for that stretch. I'm aware of the area that has been referred to, and potentially a solution may be to actually maybe stop short, for example, of that shop entrance at this time. But obviously that'll be something that the estates team perhaps will have to look at, and certainly if they want to engage with me at that point, I'll be more than happy to do that.
Thank you, Kyle. Alderman Barr, content with that? Yeah. Any other questions on the floor, members? No. Move into members' debate. Any comments or anything in that nature? Councillor Savage, first light on.
Thanks, Chair, for letting me in. And unlike the other two smaller settlements, it's good to see this here, and it's a potential start to, future works within Rothrail. And I'd just like to echo the point that Councillor Wilson made about the granite. It's a feature of the town, and as long as it can retain as much of it as possible, it would be very much welcome. But it is welcome to see the scheme been approved tonight, hopefully. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Savage. Deputy Chair, Councillor Lowry, like to make a comment?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, it was a similar Councillor Savage there, and similar with the other applications, that all of these investments are long overdue. So it's good to see them get to the stage and hopefully get completed in a year or two. Just touching on one of Kyle's points, obviously we're looking at pictures from the public realm as it stands now, and Kyle made the point that a number of them are dug up. I'm just a bit worried that we'll approve these, get them in, and then a year or two after they're in and looking fresh, you're coming in with the gas and all sorts, and they end up back to square one. But I suppose there's nothing we can do about that. But it'd be good to see them looking nice even for a time.
A hint of pessimism there, Peter. Alderman Barr.
Yeah, Chairman, that nearly happened in Banbridge. If you remember back, they had the conversations with DFI, and DFI said, no, we're not doing works. And when council want to progress, then they actually came in, said we are doing works. So yeah, it could have been embarrassing for some people. But no, just to welcome again this application. It's the same vein as the last one for Guildford and again for Market Hill. If it wasn't for my colleagues arguing black and blue for the funding to come that direction or to go that direction, that we wouldn't be sitting here, but somewhere else would be getting them, and other councillors would be getting the kudos. So thank again to my colleagues, Alderman Ian Burns and former councillor Jill McCauley, and again to welcome this. It'll be fantastic for Rathfield, and coupled with that, the funding there for the shaft fund scheme as well. A fantastic investment for the town. And apologies, my voice seems to be going here, so thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Barr. I think a few of us councillors in here will be getting phone calls over the next couple of days asking why their village isn't getting that. But I think we can all agree that we look forward to these schemes and we can't get enough of them, and a few more wouldn't do no harm. But yeah, I can totally agree with you. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to welcome this scheme. It's great to see investment in our smaller towns and villages. Very, very much welcome. It definitely enhances the area when these schemes are done. And just on the point of disruption, that we'll work with the local traders in Rathfield. Very heavy traffic through the town, narrow streets. So when we're doing it, I hope we'll want to be working with local traders to cut down as much disruption as possible. But definitely very, very much welcome. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I agree with that as well. To work with the local businesses. Nice. Members, I see no more lights on. Get the decision stage now, and Councillor Wilson straight off the bat.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to propose that we accept the recommendation. Thank you.
Alderman Barr.
Same again. I'll second the application. the document, the decision.
No, I know what you're saying. Don't worry. Yeah, so seconded by Alderman Barr to go with the recommendation, officer's recommendation. Members, I have sorry, everyone in agreement? I'm assuming yes. Yeah, thank you. Members, I have no more other outstanding applications. Just want to thank you all for making this meeting easier than it could have been, for working together on this. Thank ICT member services, planners, legal advice, and David for being here. So thank you very much. Safe home and enjoy your rest of your summer. Thank you, folks.